Hello class, and welcome to this Illusion of Gaia walkthrough right here on Video Games 101 by way of Let's Play with Brigands. I am your instructor, Professor Brigands, and if it sounds like I'm rushing through this intro, I am, because today we are playing arguably the longest game we've ever covered here on Video Games 101. And I say arguably like it's not an objective thing. I'm pretty certain that this is the longest game we've covered to date here on this channel. I just don't have the stats in front of me, but the fact that we are devoting a class to this game is a credit to how much I love Illusion of Gaia. It's on my short list of favorite games of all time. Bit of a hidden gem. I know a lot of people know it, but this action RPG for the SNES released in 1994 is certainly one of my favorites of all time. In terms of difficulty, the game is set up in such a way that if you just progress through the game as you're meant to, and you defeat all the enemies on every screen, then you'll develop your stats right along at the pace which you should, which makes this game a lot more manageable. Overall, I'm going to go ahead and give Illusion of Gaia, on a scale of 1 to 10, a 5 out of 10. On the frustration scale, this equates to throwing your controller across the room, probably because you're in Moo and you don't know where to go. There's a few dungeons, quote-unquote, in this game, which can be a little difficult to find your way around here and there, but we got you covered for the most part today. Very importantly is we're going to be showing you the locations of all 50 hidden red jewels in this game. That is sort of the side quest, if you will, to getting a little extra content in this game. And some of these are very tucked away, so we'll be showing you every single location and obviously show you what that will earn for you near the end of this game. But Blaze has your item information on the basic items of this game. Gary, of course, as always, has your boss beaters. And Fluff has a number of interesting facts about Illusion of Gaia. So altogether, we have a very good class for you. So let's run that intro and get into this Illusion of Gaia walkthrough right here on Video Games 101. Alright, before we start a new game, let's get some context. I love the story of this game. One of the best aspects of it, the world was in an age of exploration. I love this sweet spot of SNES graphics too. It's a beautiful game. Looking for new lands, man uncovered the relics of ancient cultures. Soundtrack is excellent as well. It's got like a cinematic, orchestral kind of, I liken the plot a bit, the coming-of-age plot, to like a Steven Spielberg movie from the 80s. As time passed, many legends began to surface. A legend from each ruin, a legend from each culture. I like how this game kind of weaves in some historical facts and geographical locations, all telling its own story. One of the legends told of strange statues in the shapes of spirits. Creeped me out as a kid, the giant skull coming at us. What was a spirit to ancient people? The ruins don't tell us. Angkor Wat. People who entered the ruins searching for wealth went in and were never seen again. Some said there were traps to protect the treasure, others said it was a curse. Oh, this game's not afraid to strike a more mature tone, sometimes a little darker themed, you know. We're not playing Mario here. No one thought these ruins would bring about disaster. There's the Tower of Babel. Alone on an island. Well, there you go. Alright, I love the overall main theme, Illusion of Gaia, but I also really love this piece right here. I don't know, it just makes you feel like everything's gonna be okay. It gets a little darker and sinister as it goes on, but this first part, this little whistle, kind of lead theme, I don't know. Let's take a look at the controls now for Illusion of Gaia. I prefer Type 2, which makes our attack B, and using items with Y. Everything else is pretty much the same. We bring up the item menu with select, pause with start, double tap a direction to dash, and a lot of these moves we will not have until a little bit later on in the game, but here's the controls for them nonetheless. And one more thing to mention, because this is such a long game, just to make this a little more fun for me, I'm doing this recording in front of a live audience for what it's worth, so just wanted to, if it sounds like I'm talking to myself, that's what's going on there. But here we go. My name is Will. A year has passed since I went to the Tower of Babel with my father. My father and his party met with disaster. Somehow I made it back to South Cape. I still can't believe my father is gone. I'll never believe it. When I grow up, I'll be an explorer and see the world. Somewhere I will meet my father. But first, long division. That's all for today's lesson. You four do your best not to fall behind. Demons have appeared outside of town, just so casually. If you gotta go far, go with your parents. You know my dad's missing and presumed dead. That's not cool, Teach. All right, there's our friend Seth. I like color-coded all the different characters. See you guys at the usual place. Here's Eric, he's a bit younger. I have to go home first. I'll see you guys there later. If you don't hurry home, your mom will think you were kept after school. Yeah, there's always that. I don't have a mom either, by the way. I tried hitting A there. Like always, the cave at the seashore. Lance was always, I don't know, he was always my favorite. Recite with me. The world shines on brightly through eternity. All right, so we're going to be grabbing every single one of the 50 jewels in this game. You get some extra content by doing so. But first, a portal on top of the school. Let's investigate. Dark space. So here, with Gaia and dark space, the source of all life, I will help you on your journey. Only one with the dark power can see this space. You are the chosen one. A lot to drop on us in the first 3 minutes of the game. In the dark space, you can record a travel journal. Stop there before you depart. Gaia will also top off your health. And we'll be able to do more here as the game progresses, but there you go. First, entrance into dark space. These will be scattered throughout the world. Hey, Will, how many times have I told you not to come up here? You have a habit of jumping down from places. That's right, you're not my dad. All right, so the first red jewel, right here, behind the, or next to the school bell, and then, it's dangerous, but whatever. When you're young, you're invincible, right? Thank you for breaking the fourth wall early to remind us that we can run by double tapping. Pretty handy. All right, speaking of the 50 jewels, every time we grab one, we want to turn it into this guy, Gem. Rare jewel, let me hold it for you. 1 jewel's in the room. And if we take a look at his inventory, we can see for 3 jewels, we will get an herb, and so on. Got to get all 50 to learn his secrets, which is kind of sinister. He's an adult, I'm a child. I just wanted to see you, Gem. Is that right? Famous master of disguises, yeah, you gotta spot him in every town. All right, so let's see, where's Lance live? Is this his place? Lance's house. There's another jewel in here. Just head downstairs and check this top right pot right here. Just use the attack button with B and you will find your second red jewel here in Illusion of Gaia. Not even talking to Lance's mom. If you don't have a jewel, I don't care. Let's go see our friends. Love the ambient bird sounds. The seagulls. It was natural for the 4 friends to call this Seaside Cave their second home. Usually when lessons were done at school, they gathered here to play games and talk until sundown. It's not that late. Talk to Seth. Cleaning out Lance at the cards. Suddenly, Eric rushed in with a desperate look on his face. Oh, that's rushing in, just his normal walking speed. Big news! The Princess of Edward Castle has run away. But she came to South Cape. Huh. Big reaction? That's it? You came in such a hurry, I thought something really big had happened. Ooh, Eric's got a little crush on Cara. The princess, the spoiled princess. Soldiers are coming looking for her. Cool steel helmets. I thought everyone would be surprised. Sorry, Eric. I'm not interested in girls. I like adventures better, says Seth. Fair enough. Get over here and sit next to Eric. I like how we all sit like a sitcom. We're all facing the camera, basically. Everyone can get in the shot. Yeah, what should we do today? Will's mysterious power. You haven't seen it? He can move things without touching them. Yeah, that's right, we have the Force in this game. Just line up with a jade-colored thing and hold down L or R. Check it out. It moved! Pretty cool, right? No matter how many times I see it, I'm still amazed. But why can you move that statue when you can't move anything else? It's like, it doesn't seem all that impressive, actually, now that I think about it. I don't know, Eric's still impressed. Pick a card, any card. Pick the one you think is the Ace of Diamonds. I'll tell you right now, it doesn't matter which of these you pick up. You will always pick up the Ace of Diamonds. But the idea is, my power extends to, I don't know, cards? We should go to Vegas, apparently? Some sort of psychic power. Seth is the smart one. They're like, Seth, is that psychic power? Yeah, it must be. Most people have sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Will's got some sort of sixth sense in the psychic power. Can't see dead people. I know everyone was thinking that. What Seth says is too complicated for me to understand. Let's just keep playing. One more game and I'm going home. All right. All right, so before we head home, it was already dark by the time Will left the cave. All right, so the third red jewel here in Illusion of Gaia will appear randomly at the bottom of this area right here. When you come out of the cave, there will be a fisherman there. I've crunched the numbers. I think it's something like 3% of the time he will show up down there, so you need to just keep painstakingly going in and out and back out of the cave over and over again in hopes that he will appear down there. A word of warning, don't make the mistake of getting into just the kind of robotic motion of going in and out of the cave that you don't register when he's there and actually take the time to stop. You know, like make sure if you see him that you stop, obviously, and don't just head back into the cave, which is really easy to do in my experience, and you'll curse yourself and have to wait for another 3% chance. So it's not a good number. But anyway, he will appear here eventually, sometimes sooner than later. Certainly later in this case. So while we're doing this, let's take a look at the Briggs notes for Illusion of Gaia. The keys in this Illusion of Gaia walkthrough to beating this game. First, follow this guide for the most efficient-ish route. I say that again because, as I said, we're doing this live and it's a little relaxed here, so we'll do some editing as necessary to make sure that we generally show the most efficient route. Secondly, and obviously we'll show you all the gem locations. Secondly, use Gary's boss beaters. And finally, there's a character we'll unlock a little bit later called Freedan. He is much more powerful, so just you kind of want to use him whenever possible, but there you go. Those are the keys for Illusion of Gaia. There he is. I almost went back in, I swear. All right, we got the jewel, though. He lifted the strange teapot. All right, we have all the jewels, I should say, for South Cape. So let's head back home. This is Eric's house. Wish this was our house. It's a friggin' mansion. Will envy people born to rich families. And by biggest house, he means the biggest of like the 6 that are in this town. We're basically the entire child population of South Cape. I don't think anyone lives here. I mean, someone does, but this is our house. The pie that Grandma Lola is making smells really great. Not a puzzle game, I don't remember having a pig. The pig's wrecking the room. But why is there a pig in my house? Oink oink, well that checks out. Maybe upstairs we can, Oh, okay. I won't stand there in my own home. Hello? Oh, it's the princess. Emily, you shouldn't snort at strangers. This is your house? Yeah, so? Frankly, you look a little shabby. Again, she's a spoiled princess. We're a commoner. They're dead and or missing, my folks. Guess, yeah. Olman the Explorer. That's a cool name. You don't hear that name a whole lot. Olman, our father the explorer who went missing. That's nice. Grandma Lola is a great singer. Such loud voices. All right, what do they know about a princess just turning up in our place? Not even gonna comment on Cara? Fell in love with her voice. That's sweet. Bringing up a thing like that. Oh, Cara was singing with you guys? Huh? Okay. I'm a little bit faster than the grandparents. They take their time getting down. It seems like everyone else in this game has one speed. Oh, they do have cool helmets. I'll lose my head. What do I care if you lose your head? Princess, please. How did they find her? Alright. I love it's the same music we hear like when we're in a dungeon battling. Yeah, I figured that out. As if we're a good friend. Yeah, I kind of felt that too. Maybe it's because I played this before. Again, Grandma and Grandpa don't really react to anything that just went down. So that girl likes to play practical jokes. Just running away from home, I suppose, is a practical joke. Big viaduct under the castle. You designed part of the castle, Uncle or Grandpa Bill? A prison under the castle. Built like a maze to keep prisoners from escaping. I feel bad that I built a prison where people disappear and are never heard from again. But anyway, I'm hungry. Lola's meals. Licorice and rice. Mouse fritters? That sounds like droppings. We're not that poor off, are we? We're not that shabby. Delicious pie. Ooh, snail pie. Snail pie with whipped cream. Grandpa ate half the pie. That night, Will dreamed that Cara and he took a trip around the world. Prescient, maybe? Part of our psychic powers? I don't want to spoil anything, but we are about to take a trip around the world. More snail pie. I left you a slice. Thanks, Grandpa. A letter from the king. Bring the crystal ring from Olman's things to Edward Castle. Don't work for you. Humming this tune makes me feel better. It is a lovely melody. Even though Will had never heard it before, it seemed oddly familiar. You've learned Lola's melody. This one will come in handy quite a few times in this game. Well, at least 2. Alright. Crystal ring. We could see the princess. How about I go to the castle and I'll see the princess? Find out if she's single, all the important stuff. What? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, get out of here. Stopping a child on their way out of town into this dangerous world like that. We get to hear this music every time you come to the overworld map. It's all automated, you just pick your destination and there you go. That music's very nice to hear after some intense moments in this game, I have to say. This is King Edward's castle. I must report this intrusion. Yeah, I got a letter. That's right. All right. So, most important thing to do here is not to see the king, or Cara for that matter, but to find the next jewel. Let's head downstairs right quick. Innocent people can't enter. Alright, so the jail down there that Grandpa helped design. Summoned by King Edward. Yep. We will find that jewel. Oh, that's sweet. Well, he's shy. I'm glad somewhere in the world there's someone thinking of me. That is sweet. Gotta say, a lot of the NPC dialogue is a cut above in this game. Oh, Cara? I'm the shabby boy. You just crashed my house. What's calling me shabby? It's me, Cara. Old nickname. I'm at a low. What is his nickname? Yeah. Whenever someone's shocked, you do that little jump. I thought it was kind of rude, just demanding this ring that I didn't even know I had. Remember that. The mother hired a famous hunter. Oh, he's telling me to get lost. Alright. We'll be back. We'll see what we can do. That's a lovely view, by the way. Lovely 1994 era SNES graphics view. So go behind this column right here after you talk to her, I suppose. And here is our 4th red jewel. So we can hit select and check out our jewels. We have the 3 right now. Our entire inventory, really. No point in going up here, but just check out one more room. Honestly, the castle itself isn't that much bigger than Eric's house. Outside of the dungeon, which, I don't know, Eric's family might have a dungeon beneath their house. I don't know, their mansion. Keep your wits about you. Let's talk to the queen first, give her regards. The king sent you the letter. Talk to him. Okay. You're well. That's 3 for 3. Folks calling me shabby. I did not. How dare you say such a thing? Impudent weasel. And then ransack my house. I love our tactic here. Appealing to the queen. Ma'am? Did you call me ma'am? The street urchin. Just a little urchin. Shabby urchin. Yep. We'll probably die here, but let's look around just the same. Someone was chained to this ball. The moss has seen thousands of prisoners come and go. That's really sad when you think about it. Must have been encouraged by any sign of life. And it's locked, of course. It's typical dungeon. Can I use my powers? No. I think we just need to hang out. A soldier's whisper comes from a hole in the ceiling. It's today's ration of bread. Even Moss drinks water. Heck yeah. The worst thing he's ever tasted. I was going to say, he really misses Grandma Lola's creative cuisine right now. I bet she could whip up something like a mousse out of that moss. Moss mousse. Well, not much to do here. Time passes slowly, but the long day is ending. It pains me to think of the prisoners' feelings, not knowing what they should do. While I was trying to think of a way out, I drifted off to sleep. I think maybe being a kid, we could slip through the bars. We're smaller than most prisoners. I would hope we're smaller than most prisoners. A familiar voice speaks from the flute. Will? This is your father. Not to get too Star Wars here. Now you've grown up. Isn't Grandma's pie delicious? Sure, Dad. Where are you? Why are you speaking to me? Okay. Save you? Oh. Okay. Yeah, he told me I was basically screwed if I ever found myself in this prison. A terrible thing. Typical child response. Do I have to? Do I have to go on this difficult journey? Power of the crystal is contained there. That power will prove to be your ally. A pilgrimage to the ruins of the world to find the mystic statues. The closer you get to the crystal, the stronger the evil will be. The Incan Ruins first. And that's all we get. Oink oink. What? Hamlet! What luck, there's a letter and a key tied to its tail. Sorry to hear that you're in prison. It's terrible what my father's done, but here I have to say, I too am a prisoner. That's right, silk and gold. No offense, princess, but I think my prison's a little worse. Just gonna say. Love the epic music every time you find something. Have the key. Alright, let's use the key, equip it. There you go. Dull sound. Anyone else need to be let loose? You locked yourself in here? Okay. Got a lot of pride. And we can pop into dark space here. You defeat all the enemies, you'll get a jewel that increases your abilities. There you go. Not the jewels that Gem is looking for, mind you. Find the demons and defeat them. Gotta say, I absolutely love the gameplay in this game, the combat. Save early, save often, good rule. Every time you go in the dark space, check these before you leave. Make sure there's not a red jewel on the way out. Alright. Heading out. There we go, got our first increase right there, and you defeat all the enemies, a jewel will appear. So health comes in half meters right there, as you can see. Get 2 of them to get a full one, so there's a lot of enemies in this game. They don't respawn after you kill them, so you don't need to kill all of the enemies in this game, but in the interest of maxing out your stats and making the rest of the game a lot easier, I definitely recommend it. A lot of times when you kill enemies as well, you're incentivized to kill them because it will unlock other areas that you didn't have access to before. So attack's pretty basic right now since we don't have any moves, but aside from the normal swing, you can push, you can attack and then immediately hit the direction that you just swung in to get a nice double power hit right there where he launches forward. It's a lot of fun to do, I have to say. Yeah, I get all these themes stuck in my head. I had the soundtrack rocking the other day, just playing. Oop, that's a cool still. That's for the fact we're taking damage. Alright, so our attack just went up by 1. You can check out your stats by going down to condition. You can also hit start and see the enemies in the room, which is useful because sometimes there's an enemy under the ground or something like that. If they haven't popped out, they're not immediately visible, so you can just move this out of the way. Oh, there's like a little wishy flying around. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. Didn't realize you were alive in that sense. Alive in any sense. Yeah, it's pretty satisfying. We can also pull these things toward us. So head on over there. I'm coming. With our R1 or L1 power, we can also deflect attacks, projectiles with that same. Grab yourself an herb right here. And Blaze, how much health do we get back from the herbs?
The herb. This restores 8 of your hit points on demand. Note that there are only a few of these in the entire game, so you only want to use these when you absolutely need to. This is your break, glass, in case of emergency item right here. The herb, recover 8 HP with it.
call, Blaze. Thank you very much. As we get our first defense up, take a little bit less damage now with every hit. And once we get 100 of those dealies, we'll get our first life. Right now, if we die, it's basically over. I mean, we have our save, obviously, but... definitely some Indiana Jones style traps in this game. Love it. Alright, like that. Stuck. Alright, hold up. I think I know how we can just put a little more pressure on this thing. How's that sound? Like that. Here we go. Well, spirits. When you defeat the enemies, a shiny silver dark gem will appear. Collect 100 of these, you gain a life. There you go. And get our, I guess, our 5th red jewel overall. And we've been talking about them, but Blaze, the red jewels?
Alright, the red jewels. There are 50 of these in the game. Give these to Gem the Jeweler. The professor will show you where every single one of these hidden jewels is to access Gem the Jeweler's hidden secrets.
Thank you, Blaze, as we get a very welcomed health upgrade there. Try playing the melody, all right? Grandma Lola's melody. Give it a shot. Lovely melody. All the flute melodies are lovely. There's going to be some more of them. All right, I'm going to test out our reflexes here. Hit the switch on the count of 3. Get in position. Oh God, here we go. 2, 3. There you go. Stop. The door is open. All right, got a few more monsters to smash before we're out of here. Pretty well built out dungeon. Did they bring me all the way through here in the first place? Did all the guards traverse this dungeon to drop me off down here? The intermediate area right here. All right. Another excellent part of this game, part of the gameplay, is our ability to change to Freedan. There you go. His nature is that he's extremely powerful. He's a badass. He has beautiful, long, flowing blonde hair. Freedan's the best. Wish you could play the whole game as him, but there you go. Only Cara could see us now, right? Only temporary, this shape. We can switch back to Will by going back to that statue. Don't know why you'd ever want to. Every now and then, you may find yourself in a situation where you need to be Will. He has powers, unlike Freedan. We have the greater reach with Freedan's sword, and he does more damage. It's a lot of fun to play as him. It's incredibly easy. Just swing and forget, basically. Stun locking enemies, trapping them in the corner. Pretty great. And the hair. Love to know what he does. What's his regimen? Just missed whatever that was. Just kind of conga line with those creatures in there. Another red jewel. That's our 6th red jewel. Another defense up here. And whenever you leave the danger area, you can return back to Will automatically for the most part. It's our secret, though. No one is to know. And before we go up here, pop down and around and check on this side, and you'll find the 7th red jewel. All right, so much for our secret. This is Lily, an Itory girl protected by the flower spirit. And yeah, our Grandma Lola taught it to Miss. I have had some of her pie. Probably the whole world has had Grandma Lola's pie. She asked me to rescue you. Wow, Grandma's got some powerful allies. That's sweet. I seem to recall them just leaving me to die in the dungeons, but that's nice that they got Lily to help me out there. All right, back in the castle. That's where we came out of. Just want to note, there's nothing in this barrel right now. We're searching for it. Nothing in there. Remember that. All right, but staying true to our promise, we're going to pop in old Snorehead. Yep, old Snorehead sleeping again. That was the nickname he was afraid of getting out. The little pig has come. Hamlet. Cute, isn't he? He's very smart. Some sort of strange pig power. Don't say anything else. I've got a strange human power. Hamlet's got a strange pig power. I think that was the name of Patty Mayonnaise's pig that she was watching over in that Doug episode too, Hamlet. We are taking Cara out of here. Nope. I don't care about the king. He's dead to me. Left me to rot. So I think before we leave, she'll tell us to come down here and get some food. The music is so good for setting this up. You found a large, yummy roast leg of yak. Fantastic. Everything's ready. Let's go before the soldiers find us. And yeah, I couldn't remember if this game had Hamlet or if I was just misremembered. They're both named Hamlet. Not to be confused with Hampton from the Tiny Toons. Yeah, let's go check in on Grandpa and Gramps. Grandma and Gramps. Like that. I always love it when you can make a straight line to the next destination. Playing this as a kid with no turns, that's what I was always like, come on. You get so close a lot of times. I don't know if it ever happens. We'll see. We'll pay attention. Someone tore this place up. I'm surprised she's not like, oh, isn't this, don't you live in filth? Shabby. Shabby boy. Oh. I don't remember this sign on the wall being here. The Jackal, that's the one her mom hired. He's a ruthless bounty hunter. Once he starts after you, there's no stopping him. No regard for human life, as long as he gets his money. Is that their way of saying, this assassin murdered my grandparents? Oh, Lily. Who are you? I'm Will's friend. Yeah, do you know? Oh, thank goodness. Oh, they're at the Itory Village. Let's go check in on them. I've never heard of this village. Naturally, my village has a barrier around it. Ordinary people like you can't see it. Let's go. Yeah. You can't stop royalty. I do whatever I want. I mean, yeah, it's typical. It is. You can't really fault her. You know, she said people on her beck and call since she was a baby. I think something good is gonna happen, so. Meet the townspeople. Might not come back for a while. Yeah, let's go say goodbye to our friends forever. Lance, Eric, and Seth. Even though there's no red jewels, they are our best friends. Let's just stop in and say hi. Also, even though I don't think they've updated the speech for most of them, Seth's still obsessed with winning. At least Eric noticed that I've changed a little bit. Thanks. Alright, Seth's the one that can't be bothered. Lance is our best friend. Hey guys, you want to see it one last time before I go? Whatever. Whatever. Let's head on out. I think we're ready to... Oh, sorry. I wish we lived there. We talked to Cara before we head out. All right, I think something's good. It's gonna happen. Many hardships. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Crazy girl is just escalating. I mean, she is, but again, she's been so insulated, you know? I like the option. Aren't you my friend too? I gotta go to the village. Yeah, we're all friends. That's cool. Yeah, let's go to the Itory Village. This one's close to a straight shot. Wait for it. I think there's one tiny turn, maybe. Ah, kills me. We were so close. All right, there might be a straight shot later. Hold out hope. This music is very relaxing. Perfectly reflects her village. All right, play Grandma Lola's melody. So playing this melody will cause the village to present itself to us, but more importantly, they use that effect quite a bit. Were you surprised? Most people can't see it. Princess is getting to be a bother. Lily and Cara not getting along from square one. My feet hurt. I'm thirsty. That wasn't that much of a trip, of a journey there, Cara. You're probably not wearing the most practical shoes. But more importantly, a red jewel appeared. Number 8 overall in the woodpile. The Incas who lived here were a tribe without a written language. Their legends are left in song. Even the seemingly meaningless melodies, there is a message. Can't help it. Checking all these other pots, even though there's no more jewels here. Please become friends. No pressure. Now I can understand how that'd be lonely. I have 3 best friends. Oh, Grandma and Grandpa, they're okay. Lovely. Almost got us. Grandpa panicked. All right. 0 chill in Lola right there. I destroyed their digestion with a poisoned marsupial pie. Was it poisoned or was it just a marsupial pie that you made? We didn't ask her to come along. This is my house. You can look around the village, but come back here. I'll go too. Okay. Locked one village. Many people have come here to gather Incan gold, but many who set foot in the Incan Ruins have never returned. Well, they didn't come with a flute. No, I'm gonna mess with all the ruins. Not gonna touch the obvious joke, by the way. I'm gonna ruin the ruins, but let's stop in the dark space and top off our health right quick. Oh, new power. You didn't think we'd be slumming it with just our basic attack the whole game, did you? Psycho Dash can now be used. I'm more partial to the Psycho Slide, but Psycho Dash, not a bad move. Just takes a minute to hold down the wall to smash walls and obstacles by hurling yourself against them. I'm like, I think I could have done that before, Gaia, but thanks. I just choose not to throw myself against hard surfaces. Destroys obstacles. Always be alert. If you find a suspicious place, try to destroy it. Speaking of 0 chill, thanks. That's good advice. If something doesn't understand, or if something doesn't make sense to you, then it must be destroyed. Possibly from a disease and famine began to increase. A famine, serious problem in some parts of the world. You'll be surprised. I don't know, or terrified. Good Lord. Quiet voice behind him. These members... oh, it's the Elder. Hello. Can't live without the protection of the flower spirit. Nice. Dad came through here? Shira was the only daughter of your grandparents. She was very beautiful, so that's my mom's parents. Took her from the village. The Itory tribe have a strange power. Maybe that's why we have, I mean, that's definitely why we have some sort of power. I was, yes, going to the Incan Ruins. Heck yeah. In the interest of advancing this plot. Okay. All your skill to find it. I think I can. Well, I think we could drop down, but I don't want to accidentally go over the edge here, so let's just pop in via the ladder. Aha! Wall's a little weak here once we hear that sound, so hold down the attack, use your Psycho Dash, boom. It's Psycho everything. It's Psycho Slide, Psycho Spin, Psycho. We got the first of 2 Incan statues. Unlike the grass that they put in the Easter baskets, you know, that kind of fake tinsely type stuff. That's what I think of, at least. Guess it kind of looks like the grass out here. I found it, Mr. Elder. Good job. And if you're impressed by my ability to do that, Larai cliff below the ruins where the spirit's breath cannot reach. The winds will lead you to the gold ship. Not really, but I'll pretend. So we gotta find one last statue before we head to the Incan Ruins. Maybe Lily knows something about that. Yeah. The theme is refreshing. Everything about this village is super refreshing. Moon Tribe. Strange shadow form. A high mountain peak near here has become their home. Let's quit. If you make them mad, you'll lose your life. I just want to check in with my grandparents real quick. Child with a good heart who controls the dark power will set out to save the world. That sounds a lot like us, actually. Huge comet. Oh yeah, I was told to ask you about that. You will live again. There you go. Have you got any of those, Grandpa? Except you come back at your same age. So if you die from some disease, I'm not sure how that works. But I'm overthinking it. Let's go see the Moon Tribe. That's understandable. Yeah, Cara wants to come. Don't want to bother Will. Just wait here quietly. She's sulking. It's good medicine for a selfish girl. Lily, wise beyond her years. All right, let's go to see the Moon Tribe, see if we can get that second statue. This is not a straight shot. We got to turn for this one. Just love that whistling theme right there. Home of the Moon Tribe. For a stroll? Old man's ghost. Cotton Candy's relative, Birdman. The Moon Tribe. Comet is a vehicle of destruction whose evil light has changed all creatures. Remember that. It's a remnant of a weapon from a terrible battle long ago. We're smart, but we're immature. Shadows. Bathed by the light only once. So it's been 3,200 years that the comet has come. First came. I love how they weave in a bit of real history, or at least deal with actual things. I think we're on a timer here. Hold that thought. Horrible creatures whose hearts are filled with hatred and destruction. Well, we only have 20 seconds, but best way to do this is to use your... You can use the Psycho Dash, or Psycho... Yeah, Psycho Dash, but I just like to use the 1-2 hit combo type move. Generally you'll have more than enough time. If you don't, just head back outside and do it again, but there you go. The second statue, again on a bed of that little tinsel grass. Used to paint Easter eggs. I think we're good to go. Let's do it. There you go. No one wants to fight demons, but yeah, if we can see our father again, do it. Typical. All right, Lily. Grass. Incan Ruins. Say I was more engaged in my history class when we learned about Incan history because I'd played this game. Sad as that is. After being invaded, the Incas decided to leave their native land to find a new world. They secretly built a huge ship, filled it with priceless gold artifacts. No record. Yeah, that part of just looking behind here, nothing back here, okay. What? You could even see part of her hair right there. There's no monsters out here, I guess she was okay. Wait around and eat while Will's working so hard. Right. Put both the statues. Yeah, I'll know when I find it. And they'll just hang out outside. I love this music. So atmospheric. Makes you... Tremendous wind at the Lurai Cliff. It's probably what the old man meant by the breath of the spirits. This is the cliff with no wind. My heart beats fast. Love it. It's like he's taking notes in his travel journal or something like that. Yeah, in a lot of ways, this feels, as mentioned, like a coming-of-age, like Steven Spielberg type movie, you know, like a Goonies or a Stand By Me. I know he did directing, but, you know, those kind of movies. And it feels, you know, like a very epic score you get in like a John Williams type movie. Just did a great job with it. I can only gush so much, but... Or I should only gush so much, but I can't help myself. Note what's underneath this statue. Slot for something. Get our defense boost. They even got the pan flute and everything, so it kind of has that South or Central American vibe. It's a good idea to pull up that map, not map, but just enemy locator. So you can see where the action is. So note, if you stay a little bit off center of the attacks of a lot of enemies, kind of double dragon rules, you'll generally be pretty safe. You can also just attack some projectiles that if our timing lines up, we can get through unscathed. Here's the last one. There we go. A little shortcut back there. Deadly flute. Oh, what do we got? Diamond-shaped block. There we go. I know where I'm putting this. Diamond-shaped hole, perhaps? Nope. Not right there. Inventory's filling up. Like these drop in randomly. Not a big deal, just an observation. They don't always adhere to the same pattern. Don't know why I remember that, but... Alright, so it's easy to miss where you need to go here. It's like a mini maze. We can head back up the ladder there, but we're gonna drop down right here. Our Psycho Dash is very powerful as an attack. It's just not the most practical to hold it down. But when you get two enemies lining up, come on, friend. It's just about to show off. All right, we got our first extra life. First of many. So we can use our power here, but you see we can't wedge it out of here. So instead, we need to destroy it with our Psycho Dash. Nice action shot right there as our attack goes up yet again. Doling out a little more damage. And now this is where you really do want to check that mini-map to make sure you know where the enemies that are hiding under the ground are located. Make sure you haven't missed anyone so you can grab the upgrade for this area. Overkill. Can't reach that particular enemy, you'll notice. Might be a Freedan situation, so we know there's dark space around here somewhere. And maybe we'll be able to get to the back half there. Every now and then you'll find some bones throughout your journey. If I can move that gold statue, I could pass. As other travelers have left their journals, their notes, the occasional tips. Pop in here. Alright, so these gold statues will come alive if you get a little bit too close. Killing all of them does not get us an upgrade here, so let's just keep our distance. Although a fun thing I always like to do, we just have to weight down these 4. There was a tip there from that particular journal. Now I could step on this myself, but I think it'd be a little bit more fun if we have this guy do it for us. Come on, man, there you go. You just helped me out, you don't even know it. I really wish that would crush that for me, but that's not how that works. As we continue the Indiana Jones style traps here. It's like good sound effects in this game too. And it's a good use of, I don't know, like faux depth with the slight delays on things and like that. It makes them seem a little bit bigger. A little more realistic with the atmosphere. Really using that stereo that the SNES had that the NES did not have. Sometimes they went overboard with it in some games, as you always do when it's like a new technology. But yeah, the music and the sound developers and everything for the SNES. Oh, here we go. Get a new tune. A melody in the valley, or the wind plays a melody, which we will need to access an upcoming area. Another good tune. Very much in the same kind of theme as the actual music here. Oh, missed this one. Lost his life in a trap. You gotta be careful. Thankfully, if one of those falls on our head, we're fine. Anything in this corner? Nope. It's kind of terrifying, actually, if you think about it, those guys that come alive and can conjure up fire with their spears by driving it into the ground. Anyway, now that we have a little extra reach, backtrack to this area. And now we can make a sweet jump. Like so. More importantly, we can do more damage. Freedan's just so much better. Just 3. This is a dead end here, yeah? More heart. Nice action shot. I have to bunch all these guys up. Just bring them all down at once. The knock damage is nice too. Bonus. Oh, big one. That's 5 spot right there. Any more floor enemies? Alright, come down. I guess we can make that connecting area there. Oh, yeah, can't go all the way, but close enough. Dead end down there. Gotta rouse all these guys. Come on. Come on down here. I guess I can take you on. There you go, yes. Bunch you up. Deal out this damage a little more efficiently. I gotta hit a switch here to bring all these guys out of it. Oh yeah. Conga line of death right here. Nope, we missed one. We missed one. There we go. I was gonna say, there's one red jewel in this area and that's not it, but we definitely want to take this guy down. The explosion sounds are great. This kind of reminds me of, it doesn't remind me, but there's just a lot of great sound effects on the SNES in general. Doing a class on Super Metroid, did that class, and I don't know, a lot of the sound effects, I think I'm not meant to be here yet. This is the... No, we can be in here, this is fine. I don't know, like floor jelly, floor goo, ectoplasm. Yeah, the sound effects in Super Metroid remind me of the, like crunching snow beneath your boots. It's incredibly satisfying. It's the little things, right? Wake up. Wake up, we have to kill you. Hopefully you guys have some of these well, that's all you had was 2, so probably not coming back with that. Alright then. Just thread that needle, that's pretty good. That worked very well. Now we have the connection right there. 5 more enemies down there where we're headed, and that should do it for this room. And the upgrades, it's not a matter of what you have next or anything like that. It's just they're predetermined which type of upgrade each room has. So it's not like, well, I'm next in line for an attack upgrade. Not the case. This was a health room, so. Alright, so. Note about the Incas. They have no written language. They've left their legends in sound. I've succeeded in deciphering the Incan melody of the wind. Chant in the golden room. Does that mean to play the melody of the wind? They hold your hand a lot of times. But I'm not mad about it. Right here is our 9th red jewel overall. That is an herb, so we're not going to go back for that. Although, I guess technically, we need to go down to the bottom area just to clear out those enemies. Because it doesn't connect here, no. Unfortunately. That said, we need to go back to Will anyway so we can play our flute, because we're about to be at the area where we need to play the melody, so. And Freedan never took flute lessons, unfortunately. It's the one thing he's missing. Will's got the flute, Freedan's got the hair. Alright, so while we're backtracking and going to kill those last couple enemies in this area to get that upgrade, let's go to Fluff for our first Fluff fact about Illusion of Gaia. Fluff?
Illusion of Gaia was developed by Japanese video game developer Quintet and published by Enix in Japan and Nintendo in North America for the Super Nintendo. Founded in 1989 by 2 former employees of Japanese video game developer Nihon Falcom, Tomoyoshi Miyazaki and Masaya Hashimoto, they got the name Quintet from its musical connotations, as well as what they believe to be the 5 pillars of game design in planning, graphics, sound, programming, and producing. Quintet worked closely with Enix, now Square Enix, in the 1990s, having Enix publish virtually every single one of their titles during that decade. In the 2000s, they shifted away from Nintendo and began focusing work on action RPGs for Sega and PlayStation. While it appears that they haven't been active in over a decade, in their later years they primarily worked on modern ports and versions of games in the East series, which Tomoyoshi Miyazaki and Masaya Hashimoto created while at Nihon Falcom in the late 80s.
Thank you very much, Fluff. That's a sad note right there. Someone's father went to find fortune to better their family's station, but you saw how it ended. Alright, so we got 2 strength upgrades back to back, so if we kept going up that way, that's where we would have gotten the herbs, or the singular that was waiting for us in there. Now we can head back to that golden room and play the melody of the Incans. Yes, I loved my class on the Conquerors, the Explorers, Conquistadors. In history class. Thought it was pretty fascinating. Pizarro, who, not a good lesson, but yes, conquered the Incans and took their silver, or gold as the case may be. I think it was Pizarro. And step on this, and just let it go for 6 seconds real time, something like that. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 8 seconds. I wasn't counting. Alright, so a pause here literally just pauses the game. There's no enemies out here. And then we're going A to B. So this is A first. Head over to the left. Statue B. Alright, and now if we walk over here, we can head to our first boss, really. But before we do that, probably want to stop in the dark space, and you probably definitely want to switch to Freedan because it's a much easier battle with someone who's got a giant sword. I don't think I'm shocking anyone by mentioning that. She's gonna give us, it's Gaia's boss beaters right here. He suffers damage, rays of light will shoot from his head. If you suffer damage, hide behind him. Not Freedan style. Maybe Will would hide behind his head. Freedan gives damage, he doesn't take it. Not predicting a damageless run here, mind you, but... Heck yeah. Alright, here we go. First proper boss.
It's Scary Gary's Boss Beaters. First boss, an Illusion of Gaia, Castoth. First, you just want to dodge his projectiles, which are always going around. Want to stab the hands until they disappear, which, if you're Freedan, should be pretty easy. And then, when he starts to kind of squint his eyes, you want to stab his face repeatedly, get in about, 10 hits, something like that. Eventually, he's going to start shaking. That's the time you want to hide to the sides or behind him. Keep dodging those projectiles and just repeat this process. There is a sweet spot, I should mention, with the laser, which the professor's not finding here, but just so you know. But use this strategy, you'll take him down very easily.
Yeah, I was trying to find that sweet spot to show for everybody watching here, but yeah, no harm. Very easy if you just stick to Gary's strategy as well, but there he goes. Yeah, the laser wasn't supposed to track me like that. It was supposed to just stay in one area and I could kind of hide in that little sweet spot, but we're going to be filled up in our inventory with herbs before too long anyway. We need to dump some of these gems too. Next time we find, or jewels, next time we find gem, we'll drop them. But jump through here and I think we just found the golden ship. This is the Incan golden ship? I would say so. And there's folks on here. Oh look, the king has returned and he's much shorter. It's the king, you're safe. I'm the king. We need to talk to Cara now, by the way. We just got a massive upgrade in our station in life. Who's shabby now? You're a princess, I'm a king. Rest in this bed, not quite yet. Before you do, duck down here, head all the way to the right. It's sad, because Bizarro's a douche. Our first mystic statue. Pop open this chest to grab it. It's a mystic statue, as the guy suggested. And every time we pick one up, that's fun. I like all the different colors. Dull as they sort of are. There's no, like, fuchsia. No neon green statues, but I like all the different colors. Head over here to the right. And you'll see the queen, I guess our wife? This is strange. Jewel box. No, it's in my pants right now. The ring she got from the king when they were separated by the invaders. That's sweet. Well, I'm gonna go outside. I guess we should talk when I get back. Interesting. But let's climb the crow's nest in order to set sail. Oh, short king, look there. The ship is coming out of the cave. This could be the The origin of the Short King expression. There you go, Short Kings. You owe it all to Illusion of Gaia. It is beautiful. That's a great shot right there. That's thumbnail material right there. And this is ankle-breaking material. Alright, so after you set sail, climb this bed, climb the ladder to get into bed, and you'll pass out. And we'll have a dream where we see our mother. Very sweet dream, actually. Look in the sky. The comet is so beautiful. After years and years, the comet approaches Earth and recedes. Some say it's an unlucky star. Some say it's a lucky star. What do you think? Well, I'm famously, well, probably because I know, I'm a glass half empty kind of guy, so I'm gonna go unlucky star. Let's hope the bad luck doesn't come. Why did you leave me, Mother? Right. Very fortunate to have had that dream. What? Man. So dark. I love this game. Lily and Lance. Oh, that's nice. Man, I knew you were my friend, Lance. Don't call it strange. I was born there. It's invisible. I'd call that pretty strange. I love Lance. Can't go on a journey without telling us. I know, that's right. It's not a coming-of-age game or movie without your friends there, sharing the good times and the bad. I love it. Thanks, Lance. Good man. Floating alone on the sea. Huh. And now all the Incans, they must think I'm very strange, just like crashing here on a ship with a bunch of skeletons. All right, very important, before you go to the right, come above, on deck, and talk to Seth. This is your only chance to get this red jewel. Number 10 overall. It's the first time I've ever given you anything. And I didn't really like the sensation. Can you give it back to me? Here's Eric as well. I don't know, this place is super creepy right now. The music, too, doesn't help. All those Incans are now dead. Long dead by the looks of it. Oh, that scared the hell out of me when I was a kid. Excuse the language. The Queen's mummy sleeps silently. There's a gold ring on her long, slender, bony finger. That ring must be one of the artifacts put in this ship. This is the most valuable of all of them. Many people lost their lives trying to find this ring and get rich. I want it. It's so pretty. Have you learned nothing, Cara? And more importantly, it could be cursed. Oh, thanks a lot, Cara. Riverson? Uh-oh. Giant fish named Riverson. Yeah. Lance. Yeah, it's a giant fish named Riverson that's attacking our ship right now. Seth? Why does anyone ever have a sense of urgency when something like this happens? Uh-oh. Oh no. Good thing we got that gem first, but no. It's Riverson Wallaby dessert. Yeah, grab something. Grab hold of something. Uh-oh. Oof. And then we come to. This is all that's left. Cara. Wow. I guess we're okay. Like a lizard's tail. So much for that journey and adventure with all our friends. Yeah. No one could account for Riverson, apparently. No one saw that coming. Think about the future. Don't think about the future. Enjoy drifting. All my friends might be dead. Oh, right, the meat. By the way, you can totally eat this earlier, but it doesn't disappear. You just kind of nibble on it, so. We bit off some of the meat. It was better than any food we'd ever had. It's the reverse bread that we got in the Edward Castle dungeon, which is ironic because this came from just a few screens removed from it. Drifting on day 2. It is really pretty, but I'm hungry, so I'm gonna kill some fish. Oh, okay. Alright, fine, I won't stab any fish with my flute. I'll just go a little psycho. I'll just psycho dash quietly on this raft. Like the doofy looking fish. Alright, but if we're drifting too much longer, I'm gonna beat me and eat me some of these fish. Time passed slowly with nothing to break the monotony. Cara just stared at the fish all day. Will couldn't stand it. He walked around on the raft and talked to Cara many times. A minute seemed like forever, but he could hear the march of time. Yeah, time only really slows down in life when you're going through some sort of crisis. Like this. Help is coming. Or you have a big change in your life too, I suppose. Get a new job, or just graduated, just got fired, I don't know. All sorts of life-changing things. There was a letter in the jar. The contents read, "We are on a ship on our way to be sold as forced labor in an unknown land." Seth? That's Seth's color. Oh, Sam, if anyone reads this, please save us. I think we need to be saved right about now. Yeah. You should have caught that fish, if you had. Pretty fish. Huh. I mean, the fish shouldn't be jumping out of the water right by my flute-wielding hand if it doesn't want to be eaten. Not saying the fish is asking for it, but it's such a bother. That's what Lily said, basically. It is kind of like Final Fantasy VI. Celis and the fish. Didn't eat more, he thought he would starve. Alright, I'm doing it. I'm gonna psycho dash this fish right here. Alright. That's overkill on the poor fish. It's probably the most humane death for the fish, though. The psycho dash. So unnecessary. Alright, I got a fish. Oh. Got away. That's true. Let's catch fish, a good one. And not one of those slow fish from Final Fantasy VI. Alright, I smacked that. Now the fish is just dying in vain. Happily, Cara ate some fish. Looks like we're the Pied Piper now. Developing feelings for Cara. That's only natural when you're stuck together on this raft for 12 friggin' days. The stars are beautiful. If I were taller, I could reach them. You know I can. I'm a short king. Lily and Lance. If I could talk to the stars, I could find out where everyone is. Extra star. Huh. The red star. What are we wishing for? Well, I hope for everyone's safety and for my father. That's sweet. Oh, and she kind of snuggled up against us. That's cute. Day 18. Good Lord, we're not going to live, are we? 3 weeks now. Hair's gotten a little longer. Cara doesn't act like a spoiled princess now. If you told someone she was just one of the island girls, no one would doubt it. You might say she's a little shabby. What? Uh-oh. Don't worry, Cara. I'll Psycho Dash them away. Like, immediately the music changes. I don't know, I could go for some shark. We've been eating fish for 2 weeks straight. They don't seem to be too violent. Yeah, they're just circling us. Let's think about this. We'd have to be so sunburned at the end of this if we make it back to shore somehow. We're gonna need a bigger raft. Too true. Oh, they're not hungry. They only attack. They're, okay. That's true. Bye, sharks. Bye, guys. Wow, 3 straight weeks of drifting. I was in the castle, I loved watching the sunset. Yeah, you had that gorgeous view. That's what I'm saying. Now I've come to hate it. That's true. Aww. That's nice. Man, we're like full on all about each other now. That's sweet. Oh. Uh-oh. Well, oh, thank goodness. We were on a raft for 3 weeks straight, eating nothing but fish. Vitamin C. This is how I learned about scurvy. From this game, a disease caused by a long-term lack of vitamin C. Columbus's crew contracted it once. Nothing to worry about. When it gets worse, the blood gets bad and the skin turns black. The gums bleed and the body starts decaying. Oh, man. We've been through enough, guy. He's just spooking her. I'm glad you're okay. Thank the dog outside. He found your raft and came to get me. Man's best friend strikes again. Thanks, Turbo. Dog's name is Turbo. Where am I? The kind man who saved us. South outskirts of Oakton. I don't think we hear that term again for the rest of the game. But Freejia, we will spend some time there. All right. Let's head to Freejia, or Freejia. I will thank that dog personally. At any rate, let's go to Freejia. All right, we have another jewel which you can only get at this stage of the game, so don't miss it. It's not in either of these. So we head outside. Right there. That's number 11. Nice shot right there. Hey, Turbo. Woof, woof. That checks out. He is super cute. All right, to Freejia, maybe we'll see our friends. More importantly, is Freejia a straight shot to the north? Oh my gosh, it might be. We might get it. Yes! All right. We got one. It's the best news I've heard all day, aside from the fact that I didn't die of scurvy. It is really pretty here, of the blossoms falling. And while we get settled here in Freejia, Fluff, I'm told you have a fact about Turbo the dog?
Turbo the dog is a real lifesaver here in Illusion of Gaia. Turbo also appears in 3 other titles from Quintet in Robotrek, Soul Blazer, and Terranigma, the latter 2 of which are a part of Quintet's unofficial trilogy of games, with Illusion of Gaia being the middle child.
There you go, thank you, Fluff. I guess this guy's like the welcoming committee for Freejia. This is the hotel, let's go in. Do you work for the hotel? Oh well. Come in. Lily acts like this is her home. It's a hotel. You gotta expect a couple people coming and going here. Lily, though, you're alive. That's great. Yeah, it's almost been a month. That's true. Working and living in the hotel. Oh, Lance is here? Nice. Thank goodness. My best friend. What? Amnesia. Temporary amnesia. Lance should stay here until he recovers. Huh. Haven't seen Eric since last night. I'm glad everyone is safe. I don't know, Seth is probably dead. Eric is missing. Lance has amnesia. I wouldn't say everyone is okay and safe. Anyway, head upstairs. Before we explore more of the city, check this spot, grab a red jewel. That should be number 12, I think, at this point. So, how many we got here? Yep, we turned in 1 already. We got 11 in our inventory. I think we find Gem the Jeweler, we get something at 12, actually. So we can explore a bit of the city here. It's not like a tornado. Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that we were going to live in your house. There's a hotel for that. Locked from the inside. The upstairs is a mess. I'm ashamed. Huh? Look at these two. You can see her from outside. He had something in his eye, huh? She was just helping me. Everybody's making out in this game. Well, you can see him up there through the window. I like that. Like in, I think in Southgate, you could see a woman walking back and forth from the outside. Just nice little details like that, you know? Stuff that doesn't need to be in the game, but still pretty cool. Are you Jim? There you go. All right, he's got 1. Let's give him all the jewels. Now we're at 12. So we get an herb. What do we get at 5? Our defense went up. At 8, our life power goes up, and our attack went up too. Pretty cool. So next we have to look forward to is the psycho power. 8 more jewels, dark power, and then his creepy secrets. We'll get there. I was startled. Someone dropped from the ceiling. Thanks for showing me that impressive dive. I will give you something. You're expecting a red jewel, maybe an herb. He just hauls off and smacks you. Do something dangerous again, you'll be in big trouble. All right. I can appreciate that. Oh, there we go. Maybe this is the woman I was thinking of. You could see her from the outside walking back and forth. Yeah, you can also send the gems from your inventory, but it's just a hassle going through those one by one. But just, yes, reminder, you can say, there you go. Little details like that I like. Check the garbage, get an HP jewel. Just talk to that person. Don't want to lose your lives, go home. All right then, just lock the door. Check this can for some herbs. Laborers escaped. I have not, but I'll keep that in mind. Oh, I guess we should check in, see if she has anything to say. This might just be a save point. Yeah, nothing new to report. Still, good idea to save often. No one can put on a show like I can. He blows fire in my face and somehow it's his head that catches on fire. Children don't come here. Go home. All right, well, got more to explore back here. It's a good point. It's a cruel world. This is how we get back behind this guy. And mankind, well, this is the guy with the sign you would see in the street in a busy city. Labor market. I think of myself in your position, I shudder. I have no time to worry what people think. It's hard enough just taking care of myself. This guy's here to buy a slave. There are people everywhere who live this way. Is that your way of saying be grateful that I'm not a slave? Did you come to get a laborer? I like your courage. You can talk to the poor laborers here. Imus. Name sounds familiar. Remus. That's sad. Didn't have any choice. And Sam, we got your note. Rescued by a man named Eric. I feel like Eric's younger than me, and I'm a kid, but. Oh, nice. All right, got details on where Eric is. It's a hidden laborer somewhere with a gem. Man working at the counter's caught by a labor trade. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of... Why does everyone refer to Eric as a man, though? Oh, bottom right. Laborer who ran away. I should tell I was prepared for the worst when I did it. So sadly, I have to say... Like, they grow those giant beards to show that they're laborers. If you pop down here, go all the way around and talk to this guy, you understand this place. Sometimes what you think is unimportant is the most important thing. Life's like that. The old man secretly put something in Will's bags.
And there's our 13th red jewel right there.
Haha. All right. Very strange, but we'll take it. The labor trade guys they're complex, you know? You want to hate them, and you do, because they're, you know, slave traders. But at the same time, they're giving me red jewels. Like this one. This is kind of rough, but if you want to get all 50 jewels, you have to tell the location. Don't worry, though, because...
And there's our 14th red jewel.
Because we will save the guy that he's about to enslave, and capture, so. Yeah, is Eric there? A man named Eric, apparently. Huh? Smacked. Be quiet, boy. I'll break down the door. You don't need to use the Psycho Dash, but I'm just feeling it. All right, you can't use the Psycho Dash. You just have to hit it with your flute. That works. I got your back, Eric. That's a brave thing you tried to do. Don't worry, I'll save them all. Diamond mine. All right, so now we have that on our map. Incidentally, that's our next destination. So let's leave Freejia. And go to the diamond mine. Wait, can we go to Neil's cottage? I see it on the map. In time. There's no labeled place that you never get to go to, but... So good. All right, the diamond mine. I always like to get Will's initial thoughts. The diamond mine was as quiet as a tomb. A chill ran down Will's spine when he heard the screams from the back of the cave. There you go. We'll help those people. Alright, these guys have quite a bit of health, but Psycho Dash takes care of that. Not a bad idea to always be charged in this area, unless you don't feel like waiting. But generally, if you don't know where the next enemy is, if you don't see one immediately in front of you, you generally have time to charge it up for your next opponent. And it's a quick takedown. Heck yeah. Nice action shot. Looks like we're just doing a little hop there. It's much more deadly than that. Again, might want to pull up that map, make sure we're not missing any of those worms that come out of the ground. Elevator entrance. Use that door to get to the elevator. And we have our first... Let's pretend this is the guy that we ratted out before. You're free, buddy. 8 laborers. Okay. We'll get all 3 red jewels here, actually from the same laborer once we rescue him. We'll show you where that is. So well worth it. Plus, you know, saving people from slavery. That's a nice little bonus. Maybe the main goal, some might say. Can't get to these little guys' corral just yet until... Let's wait for it here. So many corpses strewn about everywhere. Like when they stack on top of each other like that. This Nintendo just... Let's just call them laborers. That's easier, right? That's cleaner. These things track you a little bit. Gotcha. Mine has a secret room. Its entrance blends into the wall. I like that that mechanic right there. Our fine hair. Not as fine as Freejan's, but I know. Definitely stay right on top of each other like that. Yeah, there's a little bit of puzzle solving involved in this game too. There's one stretch coming up a little bit later, which I really like. I think it's a very clever addition to the gameplay, as is the herb. Can't justify charging it up right there. Just gotta hit these 4 switches here. Doesn't matter the order, doesn't matter how quickly you do it. They just all need to be hit before this door will open right here. And this should be the last enemy here. There we go. Attack up. I like it. Let's head down a level. See if we can't find that hidden area the guy was referring to. I think it's up there, actually. Check the wind. Note right now that our hair is stationary, not moving. Is there a worm around here too? Yeah. Ah, there we go. And see the hair moving all of a sudden? There you go. You alright, buddy? Cave in. 3 jewels. Well, we did save his life. That's nice, though. So that's 15, 16, and 17 sent to the jeweler for us. We can switch to him right here because we will need to be Will in a little bit, but I think there's another dark space right out in front of it, so let's take the upgraded attack while we got it. No charge-up shots for Freedan just yet. We will get one very soon, actually. Which we'll need to access to reach a certain enemy, kind of like we needed his extra length. That guy over there, we can't get to him until we have one upgrade in particular. It's right back here, actually. So satisfying just chopping through enemies with Freedan's sword. Truly is. Just feels like we're overpowered, overleveled for this part of the game. But no, it's just Freedan. And certainly a product of picking up all the upgrades so far by killing all the enemies. Last one here. All the way up, and yeah, we'll switch back to Will now so we can psycho dash our way to a new area where we'll get a new power up from Freedan. So we can hit that giant worm back there. Powered up. Once again, you can see your hair moving, or it's not moving right there. All this for probably the two closest dark spaces in the entire game, but you can see new power awaiting us right here. Dark Friar. That's the charge shot. Very powerful move. Once again, unfortunately, we need to charge it. I wish we could do it on demand, but then that would make our normal attack redundant. Scorch an enemy from distance. Dark Friar. And the road will open. Yeah, very literally here. Knock out that fence so we can run between the two. Right now we got that obstacle in the way. Power it up and launch it right there. It's very powerful. A Hadouken of Freedan. Just bolt between these two here now that we have the route open. And this guy's gonna give us the key to the elevator. You've got the elevator key. Sweet. Not sure why they chain these guys up so far. Like, shouldn't you put them to, you know, labor? If you're gonna... Just seems like they have them here to chain them up and just kind of guard them. I don't see the point of that. Let them free. If you're just gonna do that. Let them free regardless. Regardless of what you would want to happen with them. Let me make that very clear. My personal stance. Alright, now we can shortcut ever so slightly right here. And we're right at the elevator door. Get that key, pull it out. And there you go. And this doesn't seem OSHA approved. This is very dangerous. One false step. Thankfully, you can't fall off. So, that's good. Alright, now we got the morgue over here. I guess all the laborers who they just worked to death. Again, very dark. Oops, something shiny. See that spark? Sparkle right there? That would be the mine key. Flashing in the light. I'm not sure where the light's coming from, but I guess they have a little system down here. Easiest upgrade we'll make in this game. Just killing 6 worms. Last thing Freedan needed was another strength upgrade. Pretty tasty, we'll take it. I love to stack these whenever possible. Enemies just don't want to get in a line like I would like. There we go. They're a little generous with the reach on this thing too. There you go. I just killed that guy and left. Freedan is the Dark Knight, but he's not that awful. Not awful at all. Misconception. Alright. 2 keys. And by the way, how fancy are these keys? They're keys to the mine. They don't need to look, you know, ornate. That kind of value. Like they're made from gold. It's made from the gold which these... Well, it's a diamond mine, so that doesn't really work, but still. They did some trading and made these very fancy, flashy keys. Need to put both of these into this door. And there we go. This is where they put the fancy laborers. By which I mean the 3 that we met back in Freejia. Remus. He wants us to go across the ocean to their home and help them find strength. They're going through a famine. And disease, too. It's frozen some of their people. Yeah, Lance lost his memory. So we got our 3rd melody here. Don't forget it. Pun intended. Melody of the Wind as a souvenir of our meeting. All right. Now just backtrack out of here. All right. Let's see if this thing works or if we need to go back and smack Sam. He's probably long gone by now. I hope he's long gone by now. It'd be really sad if he decided to oversee the laborer mine. Now that I'm free, I'm taking a job here. As long as you're getting paid, man. Alright, so we'll take our melody back to the hotel. Play it for Lance. See if it can't jog his memory. Literally or figuratively. You know what I'm trying to say. Haunting. Playfully haunting. This music is nice too. What is this place? Somehow I feel a little homesick. This melody was just for Lance, everybody. Stop getting nostalgic. Stop remembering stuff. Everything that's happened and the people I've met are pouring into my head. I was raised in the town of South Cape. When my father didn't come back from an expedition, he was on the same expedition as our father. That's why we're so linked. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't stand my father using soldiers to invade other countries. It's awful when someone loses their life. What had taken years to put together was destroyed in one moment. Just very profound realizations everyone, well, she's having. Wonder if Seth is alright. Thank you, someone mentioned his name, Eric. People live on because they forget about unpleasant things. That's true. Sometimes you need to forget. Ironic thing to remember as I play that melody. Lance, are you back with us, buddy? What's going on? What's happened to everyone? There you go. We were all worried. Alright. We'll have to take your word for it. None of us had amnesia. What's wrong? You're crying. Alright. Eccentric inventor in the woods nearby. Shall we go? Neil? Oh, we have a lost cousin named Neil. The inventor flew a thing in the sky called an airplane. Yeah. Say no more. Let's find out about the guy that made the airplane. There is Neil's cottage. Just northeast. And normally I wouldn't believe someone saying they have memories in utero, but if they just heard that song... Remember? Your cousin? I don't know what Neil is wearing, by the way. I never figured that out. Some sort of hoodie, I guess. With a hood. Yeah, we've leveled up considerably since our journey began a couple hours ago. This person stinks. I'm shabby. Neil smells. It's a wonderful smell in this room, isn't there? You don't care about your appearance or odor. Not enough for me to hate it. Not enough to hate me for it. Wearing his socks for a month? Neil. I only had mine on for 3 weeks. I guess I lose. I was at sea the whole time. At least I have an excuse. I love Lance. I've heard enough about my socks. Make yourself comfortable. I want to check out some of your inventions here, Neil. 2 years. Alright, let's see. What have you made? Oxygen tank. Nice. Breathe it underwater. Compressing the air would let you stay underwater longer, but I don't know how to do it. There you go. Airplane wings, part of a machine that will fulfill man's dream of flying in the air like a bird. Hidden in the desert. Telescope to see stars as if they were in your hand. And a camera to burn a copy of a scene onto printing paper. So everything you learned in school about, other people making the airplane and all this other stuff. Leonardo who? No, it was all Neil. It was all Neil that conceived of all these ideas. I guess I lose. Well, anyway. Yeah. Heard my dad's voice in a flute. He's like, we may have to commit you, Will. The runes Will talked about are scattered over the world, but they have something in common. Drawing a line among the runes makes a shape that looks like the constellation of Cygnus. That's the Tower of Babel, where Will's father got lost. It's in the middle of the ground painting of a big white bird. The Nazca. There's a new red star below the constellation of Cygnus. Will's interest in ruins. Huh. Different elements are bound together organically. I don't know if it's by coincidence or design, but something is going to happen. Fortunately, the Nazca ground paintings are a week's walk east. A week's walk? Can we at least take a truck? Okay. Darn right. Yeah, let's get the whole band together. I like it. I think this is as, full group as we ever have in this game, so let's savor it while we have it. The 6 of us. Will, Cara, Lily, Lance, Neil, and Eric. If only Seth were here to round it out. But here we are, the Nazca Plains, the lines. I always thought this was both really cool and really creepy. The music is perfect for this. As we put together, or unravel the puzzle here. No one knows why ancient people drew pictures like this. Whenever I come here, I'm overwhelmed by the grand scale. You should go see it for yourself. Don't be in such a hurry, wait for everyone else. It's scary, I'll stay with Neil. I hear you, Eric. I'm gonna hang out with Cara, because obviously, it's like the white lines at an athletic event. The 100-yard dash. I think I do pretty well. Condor's stomach. If you dig here, you might find eggs. It's a joke. Don't be serious. Don't be so serious. Oh, the rocks. I know, it's so weird when you get taken out of your normal routine in your life for the first time and you're somewhere where you're like, you feel like you maybe shouldn't be. Hold up, what? Moon Tribe? Cuckoo. Wait. Huh. Yeah, the music is so haunting and heavy and then everyone just shows up back at Neil while we're away. The mystic statue that Will spoke of is somewhere on this plain. So there's a statue here? Oh, it's like the condor. Yeah, Cygnus condor. Huh. Huh. Where the rocks are, they're positioned like stars in the constellation of Cygnus. 9 stars, and there's 9 stones. Well, the only area that we haven't seen a stone, I think, is the left foot. Huh. Let's check the left foot. You don't know what's in there. All right, well, hurry up. I wonder if they're single speed. Not bad. It's as exciting as inventing something. Yeah, you can see why Indiana Jones is all about this. What's gonna happen? Working on a puzzle that explorers and archaeologists have never solved. I know, it's great. A riddle in a constellation. Kind of romantic, she says as she's standing next to Lance. There's a tile buried in the sand. When Will's flute touched it, there was a rumbling sound. Uh-oh. Something huge is coming down. Great music on the Sky Garden. There's a strange garden floating in the sky over Nazca. On the ground, Neil and my friends look like tiny ants going back and forth. Could the paintings be an airport for the Sky Garden? We meet again. You're a strong boy to have come this far. All right, so I like to take this clockwise, starting with the top right here. Plenty of enemies to dismantle here. Sky Garden will challenge your understanding of perspective here. There's a backside where the enemies are much more difficult, the dark side. As I guess we're upside down, but still affixed. There's some sort of gravity, I guess, where we don't just fall off, break our necks. Yeah, this is definitely a bit of a labyrinth. And these little, I'm not sure what you want to call these guys. But when they explode on the ground, they don't hurt you. Same can't be said on the backside, which is much more dangerous. Treasure chest.
That's our 18th red jewel. One more to find here on the Sky Garden.
Here we go. Back of the garden. Definitely could use some Freedan action up here. Fist is still coming after me. Yeah, these will bombard you and do some damage. Eight enemies remain. Kind of helps you to keep track of where you've been and where you haven't been. When these guys bunch up. Alright, so again, where have we not been? Southeast corner. We can go down here yet. There's nothing going on over here. Alright, so we have access to the top side down there. It's the dark side of the moon of video games on this side. Back side of the garden. Oh, I didn't see the skulls in those explosions before. Wow. That's a nice little detail, actually, that I've always missed. Back to the front side. Thankfully, the 4 points from the Nexus don't intersect or anything like that. Or, I mean, they intersect, but they're all separate from one another. So in each of these 4 areas, there's a crystal we need to get to the boss of this area. Grab that. And now I think we'll hit that other side. We hadn't dropped down on right here. And we'll grab ourselves an herb. More importantly, the last guy on this side. Alright, so we don't have to worry about stopping off in dark space now. So now just navigate back the way you came. Gotta go back to the top side. And get a little bit more complicated each one. This first one was pretty straightforward. That's why I recommend going clockwise from 3 o'clock, let's say. Down to Sky Gardens are a mode of transportation. There are 4 crystal balls. Find each one in clockwise order. Well, he's recommending that too. You don't have to, but it's just a bit easier. Working your way up, getting more comfortable with this area. I know I've been saying it, I've said it a few times, but I cannot wait until we get the next ability for Will. The Psycho Slide, my personal favorite. Just makes getting around a lot more fun, dealing damage a lot more fun. I need to move this thing out of the way. Just speak, I'm not sure it's all that important, but so we can just kind of go around it. Well, good enough, I guess. How many more? We got 9. And this guy's blocking away. I don't know if you can see that. Sneakily hidden. We can't move these guys with our psychic powers until we take away their swords. Usually they're pretty fair in terms of giving you the option to become Freedan as a way of saying, oh, you don't need to be Will in the next couple minutes, so don't worry about it. Incidentally, we'll probably need his reach for a couple enemies coming up here, so So much better for getting around the Sky Garden with Freedan, though. All about that knockback. And we got some more enemies over there, but we can't access that area from this part of the garden, so we gotta go around to the back side. There's one of those guys we can't get to unless he feels like jumping over here. Doesn't look like he does. Just a cut through right here, basically. As you can see, we're working right to left, but in reverse, so it checks out. It matches the top side and vice versa. Sometimes you get that double hit in right there. It's nice. All right, what do we get now? Strength upgrade, always my favorites. Best defense is a good offense after all. Yeah, we're doing 6 damage to take down those guys a little more handily. Let's get the dub in right here. Good enough. See the ladder down there for the top side, that's cool. Put him down before he gets those rocket fists out. Grab another crystal ball. Love it. And we're at halfway to our full health bar right here. A little less, I guess, since we started with a few hearts, but still. We have 10 of the 20 possible. Just the backtracking. And yeah, everyone's cleared out, so we're just literally just heading back to that Nexus now. So these continue to get a little, because you just can't change your trajectory at all. It's favoring up and down. I suppose that's why you technically need to move the statue with your psychic powers. Alright, I'm not gonna stop off. It is pretty trippy. I can see why you guys like this. Yeah, I think we're good on inventory space right now. Three of 4 here. I almost prefer it that they don't open up more locations for me to explore here. All right, so this is going to be an instance where we need to come in from a different area, unless we have an ability which we will not have for quite some time. So let's look around to the back side here. This will change the locations of what's open and what's closed. All right, that's number 19 on the red jewels. The last one we need to worry about here in the Sky Garden. We can relax on that front. All right, we're actually raising stuff on the opposite side. We can't do anything with that as is, but by hitting that, we can now come over this way. Gotta remember the effect it has on the opposite side. This is unlocked now. The most bland of all the upgrades, defense. And yeah, we cleared everything out on this side. We do still have a chest. This may be the one that has the crystal. Could be around there. This is where we need the reach. This is where we need the reach. If we can line that up right. And this will allow us to become Will again. Young Will. Top me off. Alright, now we can run down here and get rid of these statues that were in the way. Alright, but we need to hit a switch so that we can open the blockage of those blocks. So we can get to that chest. And let's kill the last remaining enemies on this side while we're here as well. Assuming this guy's gonna be pretty instrumental in opening everything. He's the last, missing one down to the south. Those 5 pieces. I need to depress a switch with this statue. This way. Yeah, this guy's standing on. Alright, more attack upgrade. Alright, that's waited. We can head back to the top side now. And run across to get the 3rd crystal. Replanted these. Probably the Moon Tribe messing with us. Seems like their style. See, that's on block now. If we had the Psycho Spin, that would have been so much easier, but... Alright. 3 for 3 on the crystal balls. Let's head back to the trickiest of the 4. And I might as well. Let's just play it safe and top off our health again. Note that we have no Freedan here. We have the boss coming up in this little area, so just up top. So, if we want to be Freedan to fight the boss, it can't be from there. It's just something to keep in mind. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes you can go a little farther in order to become Freedan and still take on the boss. And it's almost always worth it. These bosses are tough. Let's just check this middle bit here. That would have sent us back all the way had we kept going to the right, back to the start. That's a one-way, so we'll hold off on that for the moment. Just want to make sure we take this as efficiently as possible. Going up there? You coming up here? Where are you going? There you go. There we go, better. You coming up here? I'll come to you. I don't know if we need the Psycho Dash or anything. I'll definitely take Freedan right here. Probably gonna need his range before we head back over. With the dark space icon that was there, kind of the little circle. Alright, this is where we'll pull them up one, and then all the way to the left here. That clears the way for this. Just make sure we take everybody out. Just to take out those enemies there. Got our defense here. A lot of different ways we can go here. Now we're on the southwest side. Up or down there. Still have 4 enemies shown here. That statue. Just making sure we didn't miss anything. Alright, let's go. The bottom one though, and you'll get yourself the final crystal. There's an herb in the other one. Love it. All right, let's clean up and go home. Another heart. Take that. And this is cleared out. I think we head to that one where we had the drop down at the top left. This should put us back to the top right. Well, this will put us at the ramp so we can run back. All right, boss time. We're Freedan. We could top off our health, but I think we're good. Last thing to do is just pop all the crystals into the slots. Doesn't matter which one you do. In which slot. Here we go. Thankfully they wait for you to drop those off. All right, Gary.
Boss beaters. Right, Viper. Want to dodge or block those feathers as he fires them off. Get those hits in when you can. This one's a bit of a street fight right here. Just heal if necessary. Take him down.
Yeah, street fight is a good way of describing this particular battle. Let's use one of our... Very timely. Sweet. Another mystic statue. Alright, got like a aqua kind of turquoise on that one. 2 for 2. Maybe note your surrounding though. I'm not sure we have time to... I know we don't even know our true form. Gotta keep up our Clark Kent appearance, but... Yeah, I noticed. We are very quickly falling to the ground. Alright. Ready for some drama? Oh, we should, yeah, jump. Oh! Drop the contact. Did you invent those too? Idiot! I love that Cara calls him an idiot. Try again. Get him this time. Don't want to be early, because then you're ground up in the propellers. How about that? Nice. No seats? Like, I probably just would have opted to stay on the ground had I known there were no seats. They're like, have you got room for me? Yeah, well, you gotta be holding on to the propeller. Part of the wing, rather. Yeah, everything's okay. Everybody's alright. This invention saved Will's life. Let's do it. Same as the shape of Moo. Moo's always the slog point for me in this game. I like the palace right ahead of it, though. And man, it gets really creepy, too. Do you fill up before we left, by the way? Neil? What do you mean it's not relevant? Neil, I'm asking you. Oh. Good thing you also thought to invent the parachute. There's enough for everybody. Wait. How many of us were there? We got out of the airplane in the nick of time. Neil's a good inventor, but it seems there's always something missing in his inventions. I guess nobody's perfect, including Neil. Man, that is a well-adjusted take on what just happened. I would not be as forgiving. The next thing you knew, Will was standing in a huge palace. I couldn't remember anything since my water landing. Is everyone safe? Great Third Eye Blind track, by the way, water landing. Huh? Weird. Let's see if Gaia has any information on any of this. Nope. She's like, I didn't like this part of the game, she says. Alright, fair enough. Sign of life in the right-hand room. Cara. Weird ghost Cara? You a red jewel. Okay, number 20 right there. There's a few in this place. I love the soft voice from somewhere. This is the Palace of Vampires. The fountain in this palace produces demons continuously. I love the background here as we get deeper and deeper beneath the sea. Huh. The basement of the castle is a strange fountain. The stone is there. Hurry. All right, before we do that, head up here. You can kind of tell this is like a one-off. Sign of life. Eric. Aw. It's like having one of those dreams in Quest for Glory. Or second red jewel. 21st overall, I believe. Yeah, when that hits right there, that's when that music gets serious. Huh? You're not a ghost? I guess because we're like descendants of the Itory tribe or something? Yeah. Gonna go back into my pocket like old times? I'll borrow Will's pocket for a while. Let's go. Let's hit this one first. I think this just pops off. Yeah, eventually someone will be here, but not quite yet. Soft voice from somewhere. The purification stone in the castle. Enemies. That's so used to not having to worry about them. Pop up here. Oh, this part always creeped me out. Man, Lily is a champ for volunteering to go into the holes in these coffins. Can't say I would have the courage to do that. Huh. A key fastened inside the coffin. Yeah. Ah, the stone. Must be what the voice was talking about. The purification stone. Alright. See if we can find that fountain. Yep, missed one. Don't want to miss any enemies. Maybe on the way back. We got a chest up here for our 22nd red jewel. They're very generous with the red jewels here, but that's 22 overall. Maybe they'll drop in once we go down a level. Yeah, that could be what's going on. Neil and Lance. They're not even trying to speak. I love these jellies. They get destroyed so easily. Here it is. Strange fountain. Let's try it. Love the different colors of the water here as it changes. It gets super blue here for a second, then it just kind of fades back into a normal blue. Very vivid there for a second. But what did that do? That's the question. Oh. Huh. So everything that we just killed on the way down here? Oh. Yeah, be a vegetarian. Yeah, no monsters here now. Are Neil and no? Huh. We were labor traders arrested for the crime of buying and selling human beings. Wow, someone actually stopped you? But the party officials sold us to the vampire. I can't believe it. Man, if that's not instant karma, that's crazy. It's the result of being tempted by a beautiful woman. A nice guy asked me, so I followed him. I don't trust men. Yeah, you probably shouldn't. Alright, so we could stop in this one. Oh, right. And sleeping in this coffin is surely a vampire. They're plotting something. Quite possibly. Want to miss that one. The little stop up. Here it is. I stole a key from the vampire woman. Here, take it. You received the key to the Seaside Palace. All right. Here we go. Now we're good to head on out. Head all the way up. We won't see any of our friends in any of these rooms or anything again. Yeah, that's a good question. I was just paid to turn you back from monsters. What you do with the rest of your life is your business. Oh, wrong turn. Use the key. Phantom Land of Mu lies ahead. Yeah, this place is probably my least favorite of all the dungeons, if you will. Passageway, I wonder if it goes clear to Mu. That said, we get the Psycho Slides, so there you go. Alright. Lily and I set foot on Mu. They will probably welcome us after waking them from a sleep of 1,000 years. Well, you would think. Yeah, Mu has a lot of nooks and crannies that you can go in and out of. As you do with nooks and crannies, but yeah, we'll need a new ability to get through all the little crannies and the nooks. Sounds strange putting it in those terms, but... And we'll... Classic Zelda water temple style, we will be controlling the level of the water. Thankfully, we're only dropping it. We don't have to worry about raising it back up again at any point. I like that I can still kill these guys with 2 hits. Wouldn't hate being Freedan, just saying. This is probably the most notorious area of the game where it's a bit more difficult and tricky to be Freedan when you take on the boss, but it's very much worth it because, not to speak for Gary, but I feel like it's the most difficult boss in the game, the vampires. But we'll see. This whole area is pretty difficult, pretty challenging. Empty. Well, that's just rude. I do like there's a bit of puzzle solving here in Mu. Oh, this thing. Which we will need. Not right now, I don't believe, but yeah, these phantoms. There's some enemies we can't even get to because they're technically below the water. Worst thing about these guys is the fact that they keep retreating to their... I think we need to get this out of the way. I think we're gonna block ourselves in if we... I guess not this one, but it will be coming. These guys are quick kills. Thankfully, these little jellies are clearing the way for us, because we'd be kind of out of luck if not. Taking advantage of the fact that Will kind of swings in an upward fashion with his flute. So we can hit enemies above us, but not necessarily below us. That's why we take the bottom roof. Thank you. Oh, all right. Patience. Virtue will. All right. So we don't have what we need for this area yet, but once we have the statue, we will put it there on the altar in the Room of Hope, which I think we could all use right now here in Mu. Can also use that. Thank you, Phantom. Type creature. Whee! Yeah, that's the one we need to get out of the way. There we go. Need to get to those jellies as well. There's a clever puzzle for finding at least one of the statues here. Another empty one. But they're giving you a hint with the statues pointing at the chest. Can I just cut through here to get those jellies that I missed? forget which hand the rock monster. Well, I guess sometimes he just gets excited and throws them like that. I could use some more of those 5-spot restoratives. Phantom guy. Alright, that's about all we can do right now until we lower the water. You can see there's still 11 baddies on this screen. That's because they're all submerged. You'd think they would say, hey, Will, thanks for draining the water out, so we're not submerged anymore. But no, they want to kill us. Check it out. Gaze meets right about here. Just attack in this spot, and you found yourself the first statue. The Statue of Hope. Is there a room with the same name? I love the game with its very obvious hints. I'll take it, though. Huh? Lily? Appears as if the treasure chest in the exact spot in the line of vision. Are you saying that because I just found something using that knowledge? Thanks, Lily. Glad you're here. A little late with that advice, but I'll appreciate it nonetheless. Alright. Dropping the stat. I love the statue that comes with a little bit of a... It's like a mini fountain in our pants. Which doesn't sound right, but in this context... Alright, you're gonna freak out because a bunch of phantoms are gonna appear directly behind us. But they're just kind water dropping phantoms. I guess Rama is torching. There's a whole bunch of condensation happening outside right now, just dropping the water level for us. But check it out, there's less water than before and we can explore new areas. Good call, Lily. Actually don't remember where the first... I don't even know if there was an area back there that we could access with a drop down. Thing is, if there were phantoms which kind of existed underneath the waves, yeah, they're just starting to pop up. They wouldn't even pop up until you dropped the water level, so... There we go. I was just gonna say, can you give me another one of those? I would love another life increase, but again, until we drop the water all the way, we're not gonna see any boosts to our stats. I don't even know if health is the next one coming. I've been playing a little bit loose. I think that's clear. I've been conditioned to this stage in the game, so pull this. Gotta wake this guy up. Been conditioned to not really worry about health to this stage in the game for the most part. Had to reach into our healing herbs a couple times. Come on, man, it's not fair. Can't reach you up there. Yeah, come on down here. Yeah, how many still we got? 6. Love those doofy faces on the statues. Yeah, Lily's definitely trying to flex her nabby muscles. And we still have 7 on the screen, but I do see we have a dark space somewhere. See, there's one more level we can drop the water. I think dark space is still submerged actually, so. Seven on this one. So you want to take this guy out first, and then run as fast as you can. There we go. You can just make it. You don't need Freedan or anything for that. Door there. See the little crawl space there? We'll need a special ability to access that area. little worse for wear on health. Tempted, just let's play it safe. Let's not risk anything here. I don't know how much damage these light balls do offhand. Plus, eating an herb there is the surest way to ensure that we either find dark space or get a health upgrade in the next couple minutes. Here we go. It never fails. New ability? Here it is. Alright, I've been waiting a very long time for this one. This is my personal favorite move. Psycho Slider. I'm calling it Psycho Slide, but yeah, Psycho Slider. Best move. Only young Will can use the Psycho Slider. You can now use the sliding attack to pass through small passageways. It's also very dangerous for enemies. Very deadly. I say very dangerous for enemies like I'm trying to warn them. Pass through narrow corridors using this power. Don't overlook the cracks in the cliff. She didn't say anything about how deadly it is to our opponents. Now let's check this thing out. Oh yeah, it doesn't look like much, but I love that boot too. But it's just, you know, since I'm always running anyway, it's just the best way to deal damage to deserving foes, since I'm already coming at them at full speed. Alright, so let's head back to that crack in the cliff. Let's heed Gaia's advice here and slide right through. Very satisfying. And we'll need some momentum to get up this thing, so we'll come all the way down here and use our ability to painstakingly, very annoyingly, draw this thing all the way up. But there it is. Get a little momentum, there we go. All right, first enemy, 11 damage to our basic 6 that we're doing with our flute. And plus it stacks. We can usually get 2 hits in on most guys. It's so choice, in the words of Ferris Bueller. Whiffed on that one, that's right. That's how we'll be doling out the majority of our damage for the rest of the game. Get that first one in, and then when he gets up... Oh. Oh, whatever. Get up. Yeah, the stacking damage is very nice. Alright, I've squandered away all the health that I got from up. So now that statue is there, now we can find our sight line for the next statue. Exact same thing as last time. I'm tempted to use another one. Yeah, against someone like that, I'm not gonna roll the dice here. Not gonna mess around. But again, I guarantee, because we just ate that, and it should be right here, the second statue, because we just ate those healing herbs, I guarantee we're gonna get a health boost after we take down the next enemy. It does look like Olmec a little bit. Got any Legends of the Hidden Temple fans out there? If this is a heart, alright. I'm actually kind of happy that that's a strength upgrade. Not gonna lie. We're also temporary invincible while we do our slides, so we can get through spikes and stuff like that. But we have the next statue. Alright, good. We hit that. That would have killed us. Vindicated. In the words of Chris Carrabba. So now we'll head back through the crack. And I guess just explore more of the areas that we've lowered the water for, because I'm trying to think offhand, I don't know where we've seen another temple just yet. But I'm sure if we backtrack, we'll find some more areas where there's 2 enemies remaining here, a couple phantoms, I think, which will be accessible once we lower the water. A bunch of them are going to be down there, a bunch of different enemies. Alright, so we couldn't even access this area before, which means this is new to us. Never. Alright, we got a chest down there. Alright, here is the next temple. Room of... I didn't pay attention. Another room of hope, okay. And another statue. Looks like something I would have bought at, what was it? Natural Wonders back in the day. Back in the days of malls. I don't know if anyone remembers Natural Wonders. They sold fun little educational toys and just, I don't know, cool little trinkets. Like little fountains, things that would that had little fountains with fans in them that blew up beads and stuff like that. I don't know. I really don't know how else to describe it. But yeah, malls, good times. All right, so now the entire area is available to us, all of Mu. The only red jewel here in Mu, number 23 overall. Again, if inventory space becomes a premium, we can start to send those out. We can mail them out to Gem, as it were. So we just need to make sure 2 things really. One, there's the entrance there. One, that we obviously get to the next area in the game that we need to get to. But also 2, that we need to get down there eventually. That we kill all of the enemies and get all of our upgrades. So find the area to the walkway down to the most shallow areas here. Here we go. Come on down here and fight me. There you go. How many more we got here? 4. We got them all down here. It's hard to slide tackle the phantoms. All right, you should be the last here, kind of. There it is. Okay. Good. Yeah, Nick Arcade. Double Dare, obviously. Mark Summers, who was paralyzed of germs, which is... missed a couple enemies on this screen, but this is actually where we want to be anyway, so it works out. Yeah, that was ironic to be the host of a show like Double Dare and just have a thing about germs and any kind of mess, and then have slime all around you. Wake up! This is not a red jewel, but we'll take it. Rama's statue. 1 of 2. All right. Jenna, you know what I'm talking about with the natural wonders. Possibly. You're like, maybe, possibly. Might as well just pop in, top off with the pop and top. I think it does. Oops, not where I want to be. Need the other statue before we can head in there. That's where I might look at that map and try to make some sense of it. This place is one of the biggest mazes in this game as far as I'm concerned. Alright. We're back on the first screen. That's how you know, because it says moo. More importantly, we head up top. This should be the other one. Alright, we have both Rama statues now. And while we're here, thankfully, I think the other dark space is around here. Alright, so as we're running to find the Freedan dark space, let's bring back in Fluff for another Fluff fact about Illusion of Gaia. Fluff?
Nintendo of America's censorship policies of the 80s and 90s were still in effect at the time of Illusion of Gaia's North American release in 1994. This meant the number of elements which existed in the Japanese release from the prior year were altered to adhere to these policies. For instance, Nintendo of America forbid any references to religious symbols. So while in the Japanese version, Will's school is held in a Christian church with a cross in plain sight, and he's taught by a priest who recites a prayer with him, this was changed to a normal school, though I still kind of get those church vibes, along with a normal teacher who recites a poem in that place by a statue, all respectively.
Good call, Fluff, thank you. Definitely slide. Alright. Here we go. This is the one with the ability to turn into Freedan. Got our last attack upgrade for Moo. Yeah, they make you work for this one because they're like, it's far more convenient to face the boss of this area. King of Moo, Rama. It's a lot more convenient to face the boss as Will, but not nearly as easy. And it's still tough out. We'll need every last little bit of health we can manage here, but we can still pop into this dark space to top off our health. Thankfully. I didn't even think they'll let us turn back into Will, which is kind of funny. Like, no, he's just sitting here. If you couldn't change into Freedan to begin with at this dark space, then yeah, they don't let you do it, but... Alright, this is gonna be tough. How many of these do we have left? We have two. Two health regenerating herbs to work with here for this boss. This is where you want Gary. One Rama statue. Unlike the Incan Ruins, it doesn't matter which order you put them in. Ancient burial ground for all the people of Mu. Ram, the king of Mu, my body passed on long ago, but my spirit lives on. If you look closely, you can probably see wandering spirits. Once a single ray of light came from the sky, people thought it was the light of the spirits. Sun couldn't take it, and thought we should flee from here, but Mu was an island. We didn't know if we'd find another place to live. There were no materials for a boat. It would sink if made of stone. Somewhat sadness. They started building an undersea tunnel they dug on, not knowing how long it would take. Remember that undersea tunnel. And he saw no point living if this continued. Family and friends turned into monsters before our eyes. We fought back the tears. 1 year after that, our bodies began to change. One got thin, one turned to stone, one's body melted like water. Alright, I guess we don't have to fight a boss. Good for us. 3 for 3 on the... What color? Yellow? Alright, well, alright. Not sure what that color is. It's very dull, whatever it is. Alright, this is a sight when you come in here. This is interesting. Eric tied to a bomb. How about this Fabio-looking guy with a giant sword? A vampire? Thought the guy that came to the place was strange. We were right to let him go. They wanted to, yeah, as vampires do. All right, Gary.
Boss beaters. All right, Jack and Sylvana, the vampires. First, you want to prioritize one vampire rather than splitting your attacks between both of them. Once you take down one of them, they can no longer do their super attack, which I'll talk about in a second. Secondly, avoid the vertical alleys. You can't see where the other vampire is most of the time, and you don't want to get shot by one of their alley attacks, so stay out of the vertical alleys there. You want to keep your distance and avoid those shield attacks when they launch one next to you, as you can see they do here. But when the two vampires do come together very quickly, that's when you want to run away, because they have a super powerful shot which will do a lot of damage to you if it lands. But prioritize one, like we said, so that you don't have to worry about that move, and then take down the other one. Not too difficult if you follow this strategy.
Good call. Thank you very much, Gary. And there we go. That is not easy. All right, let's get all James Bond here and try to figure out how to disable this bomb. Thankfully, they take away the dealies. Defuse the bomb! Hurry! I've honestly never let this run down. I'm sure it's just losing a life. There's a red wire and a blue wire sticking out of the bomb. Which one? Red wire, blue wire? I'm here to tell you. Doesn't matter which wire you cut. Let's go, red. The bomb has been defused. Saved. Well, he speaks from his pocket. Yeah, I noticed you were kind of useless in Mu, Lily, but that's all right. This is a tough stretch of the game. I don't blame you. I like that we bothered to change. It's like a 6-second process while that bomb was ticking down. Oh, all right. Apparently Eric knows now, too. Might have to kill you for that, Eric. All right. Well, I'm going to take off. Oh, Neil, Lance, Cara. She's here, just cowering in fear. I like that Lance asks about her. Right on top of me. Yeah, our health bar has really come along. Yeah, let's get the heck out of Mu. I agree. That should be job number 1. Yep. It is really sad, but we're going to take that tunnel to get out of here. of my favorite parts of the game is coming up. Actually, many of my favorite parts of the game are coming up. 5 days have passed since we entered the tunnel. The same scenery goes on and on. It's hard to keep track of time. Let's rest here. Trying to fight back. Delivering more Proclaimers lyrics here. It's funny how Cara's the one snapping at Lance about complaining now. And Lily siding with Lance. That's cute. Wonder how far this tunnel goes. Thousands of years ago, people walked through this tunnel. Somehow, when I think of the distant past, I feel so insignificant. Oh, he's taking a whiz. Afraid the longer we travel in this tunnel, the easier it will be to forget why we're here. Maybe all ancient people were that way. I want a steak and a salad. Eating weird food. Let me see if I can find a steak or a salad. Ooh. How about a mushroom? Baked mushroom. Boiled mushroom. Raw. Yeah. We've had a lot of eating to survive moments in this game already. Stretch with the fish. Oh no, Will found more mushrooms. I love it. It's better than starving. Eighth day in the tunnel. Unable to sleep, I stared at an underground river. Hey, Lily. Looking for more mushrooms. Just kidding. I like everyone has noticed how awesome we've become. We have grown up. That's right. When we're Freedan, we're jacked. Huh. Maybe we'll learn more about that as the story continues to unravel. Yeah, why are you here, Lily? First it was just for fun. Now it's a secret. Huh. Wonder if she told Lance this secret. I love all these little moments when the characters break off and exchange words with one another. Still know in 2 weeks. Wow. Last night when I was sleeping, I heard an odd sound from above. Cara's concerned about that sound. I'm too tired to do anything. Huh? Would that be the sound? Riverson! I haven't heard that sound since Riverson took our friend Seth. Yeah. You know it's serious when they change the dialogue sound to each beep. Wait. Vibrating sound. Neil would be the one who knows Morse code. It's a signal ships use to talk to each other. The length of the sound indicates the letters. Let's see if I can decode it. Wait. This is Seth. Oh my gosh. Neil continues. I was swallowed by Riverson. Huh. When I came to, the form of my body had changed to Riverson's. This always made me really sad. This Riverson is a creature who lives in the ocean. I don't know if it's human or not. He said that evolution is being affected by the light of a comet. I wanted to continue the journey with you, but not in this body. That's sad. He barely got to go on any of the adventure. He must figure out this riddle of the comet and the ruins. Huh. Poor Seth. This guy must have studied Morse code. Of course he did. Seth. I know. Well, I mean, he kind of told us. That's true. Neil keeping things in context, I suppose, bringing a little perspective to the situation. All right. I love this part of the game. I think it's so clever. We walked through a tunnel for almost a month. Where are we here? Angel Tribe. Travelers, please use this room. Angels living in a place like this. There's one of those Moo statues it kind of looks like with a different expression on its face. They say angels don't like meeting with people. Yes, angels in this world are famously racist. Don't want anything to do with us. Grinning about. She's always going off on her own. Yeah, we've been together for the last month. I don't blame anyone for wanting some alone time at this point. Angel's right, leave us alone. You guys smell weird. We don't want to be contaminated by your non-angel germs. Well, I want to talk to you about something. It's hard to talk about, but I seem to have fallen in love with Lily. Huh. I dream only of her. I want her to notice me. I mean, there's only so many of us here. I'm sure she's noticed you. It's not like me, is it? I don't know. You've always had a level of depth that I've admired, Lance. I think it's great. You spend a lot of time together. Yeah, it's only natural. Kind of like us and Cara. 15th birthday. I want to give her a present and tell her how I feel. What would you give her? A sweet kiss. Bouquet of flowers or a pretty necklace? I think a necklace is nice. Something that'll last, that she can wear. Remind her of you. Yeah. She'll think of you when she sees it, yeah. Good call. It is good to have friends. I said this earlier, but I love Lance. I don't know. Why do angels live in such dark place? Yeah, it is kind of gloomy. All right, we're on red jewel alert again. The sun is really bright. I've never noticed that before. Yeah, don't stare right at it, Eric. I think the angels are descendants of the Moo people. That would make sense. As soon as they emerge from the tunnel, they would just kind of settle here, you know? Just say, I'm not going another inch. All right, let's head on out. Let's go for the opening that isn't surrounded by rocks. Angel Village entrance, all right. There's a number of red jewels to be found here. If our bodies are exposed to the sun for long, we'll perish. That could be a product of going through that tunnel for so long, maybe, I don't know. It's been said that we are the form of which humans will evolve into. I can't argue with that. I don't know when we started living here, but when I look at the ocean, my heart aches. Yeah, that gives credence to what Neil said. Alright, well that sounds like a bummer now that I hear more about your situation, if this is our destiny. Alright, you're all saying about the same things. Pop in here. Angel Village. Check the fountain here, you'll get another red jewel. I think that's our 24th jewel, I believe. Used to what? Dance with a person in that... Oh, you are dancing alone. Robin style. That's a jam right there, by the way. You should dance with the angel. The greeter angel. Oh, Gem. Good luck. I have so many jewels. You really are a master of disguises. 24 jewels at this point. Psycho power. Psycho dash power is increased. Nice. What do we have to look forward to next? Dark power. That's something for Freedan. Obviously, music is the best medicine for the soul. The right song will cure any disease. It's nice to hear. 1,000 statues in my lifetime. Don't know that we need to save right now. It's nice to know that we have a dark space here. Huh. It's beautiful and creepy. It's creepiful? Do I know the painting Ishtar? Yes. Hate in their hearts are waiting. If you must go, you can open the door. Yeah, I gotta go. Why not? I don't know where Cara went. This area is breath of fresh air after Moo. Very easy, comparatively. A lot of easy upgrades, for the most part. Note the flames on either side of the door. That skeleton came in very hot. So good, the dash. So overpowered, I love it. Just that residual, too, they're so generous with that. You're at a standstill, an enemy flies into you and they take massive damage. Right to run. Just gotta come down here literally to kill them all. It's the only reason we stopped off. Those... whatever these little lizard type creatures are. That's actually the way to go forward, is when you see the flames burning away from the door, so. Yeah, you don't even need Freedan for this stretch of the game. Oops. Inventory's looking a little bare now that we've cleared out all of our gems. Very welcome health boost right there. Dark here. Let's see. The bats. Only 5 enemies. Another incredibly easy status update right here. Upgrade. Alright, sensing. Yep. There you go. Watch the hair. And watch the lights, too. The flames. I think we have another one of those jewels right here. It's we're, I believe, halfway to learning Gem the Jeweler's secret. I think we got another one through here. Yep. Red jewel. 25 right there. Run against this wind here. Amazing, the wind inside a cave. But it doesn't affect our slide, so that's all I care about. Go. Can't get over all the easy upgrades we're lucking into right here. This is one of the best places to slide in the whole game. Yes! Reefer via slide, very efficient. Love how excited the skeletons are. Alright. Oh, another puzzle I love. Gotta hear where the sound's the loudest. And it died off. Right here. Clever. Cara? Contained inside it. How do we just... I mean, she is, but how does Will just know that? Or maybe that's just his art way of describing it. She's contained inside the painting. I believe there is a red jewel right there, 26. We're gonna find out your secrets, Jem, but more importantly, let's save Cara from whatever happened to her. I wonder if you're here to get Cara. If you solve all the riddles, I'll give back the girl. Alright, well, she's not a... But yes, I will do that. Alright, so this is fun. I love all the little puzzles here. Ishtar's voice resounds. Learn well the condition of that room. When you learned it, leave the room. Alright, you can play along with this. Note the colors of the pots, the setup of the chair, the table, the books. It's like something out of, oh, it's different from the room before. I believe this was red in the other room, and they gave us a little mouse cursor. That's fun. It's like something from Highlights magazine. Spot the difference. Ishtar's voice resounds. Learn well the condition of that room. Once again. Alright, so we got red pots, green, and blue in terms of the paintings. Red pots, green. Oh, the pots are blue. I like it's like to throw us off the ladies' portraits. Yeah, highlights with the jumble where you'd like spot all the different things within the bigger picture. So this one's a little tricky. I think it's a little too sneaky from Ishtar. The rooms are exactly the same. You wouldn't know that the contents of the chest are different until you get to open it. But yes, they have changed, and more importantly, there's a red jewel in there. Number 27, as I like to call it. This is another sneaky one. So you got two statues. Note their expressions. Note the statue in the back. Oh wait, it didn't matter. Because the real change was our hair blowing. There's wind in this room. So clever. I love that. Just a little fun little subsection of this game. It's the anti-moo. Oh man, this is sad. I've been waiting for you. Ishtar was painting a self-portrait while we were doing that. Sprinkle magic powder on the painting and give it a kiss. If you care about her deeply, something will happen, you'll see. I painted a self-portrait. Soon I will become the painting. You must take care of her. Man. Like, we only get to know Ishtar for like 30 seconds or something, but man, what a sad fate. He was painting all those angel women. They became the portraits that you see. And then he's like, he can't live with himself anymore, and he does it to himself. I think Ed Harris should play him in the film. I'm just saying. All right. Well, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. I care about Cara deeply. Let's put that to the test, I suppose. Magic powder. Give it a kiss. Please return to your original form. Huh? What if it was all an elaborate joke Ishtar was playing and she was never in the painting? He just wanted me to make out with a portrait so everyone could laugh at me. But no, she's back. Aw. Yeah. Nice moment between Will and Cara. Anyway, back to the group. Yeah, stop wandering off on your own. Will already yelled about me. Yelled at me about that. All right, Neil. The floating city, another great part of the game. Watermia. Well, seeing that we've gotten all of the red jewels, I think I'm ready to go. House is built on rafts. It is kind of romantic. Lily's gonna have her birthday there. Nice. Yeah, you noticed when I grew up, or started to change. I already got it, Eric, but thanks for looking out, man. Where were you on the other 26? All right, the hot floating city of Watermia. Let's travel there now. Back to the overworld map for the first time in a long time. And I hate to say it, I hate to give things away, but this is the last time we'll be traveling as a six-some, so let's enjoy it while it lasts. The full group, as I like to think of it, you know? Will, Cara, Lily, Lance, Eric, and Neil. Watermia, I like the panning around, getting the shots here. We went to the water city, Watermia, a beautiful town with houses built on rafts. The townspeople have kindly put us up at the house of young Luke. This is Luke's house. He's a lovable young fisherman. I'm going on a long fishing voyage. You can use my house while I'm gone. Thanks, Luke. But like every beautiful location in this game, there's always a dark side that we don't see right away. Watermia is very pretty, but I've heard a terrible rumor they play games with human lives. That's sort of what I was referring to, actually. Yep. That's what I'm saying, there's always a darker side. You're reading my mind, Cara. New invention. Neil can't help himself. I found something good. Go outside and look behind the house. I feel a little guilty, but... Lance saw someone he knew in town. Okay. Let's go exploring Watermia, shall we? Oh, this is Luke right here. Take care of my house. Make yourself at home while I'm gone. That's nice. I think he'll be gone eventually. Some of these leaves travel for us. Move us around. There's a crook. Kia! The music which makes you think, oh, Lance, everything's gonna be okay. Why are you talking to one of the Bee Gees, Lance? Yeah, it's... Oh. I went on an expedition with Ullman. It was scary, but fun. I always hear it in that voice. I don't know why. Since I was a kid. He lost his memory. I finally met my lost father, but... Wow, and you ended up in Watermia. And son of a, wouldn't you know it, I forgot the memory melody, which would have brought his memory back. It's really sad. No. I want to finish by dark. Well, I wanted to explore more of Watermia. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, you can hop on these lily pads and... Bitten by a snake when I went to the Great Wall of China. If the snake bites you, they don't let go. Run around like crazy and he'll let go. Okay, good to know. That's actually practical advice that we'll use in an upcoming section. My father's an explorer. Soon he will find... Oh no, these are the kids that... Oh no, in the Incan... Oh, he's dead. Oh well. Alright, let's keep looking around. Not our problem, I suppose. I'd like to help those kids out, but money's not really a thing in this game. Crazy old man came here 2 years ago. He just talked about the Tower of Babel, yeah. So Lance's dad survived the trip to the tower, Unlike my father, apparently, but I don't know. A lot of pots here. There is a red jewel in one of these. I think it's down this way. We like to move around. Appreciate that. I need to go around back. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Number 28. I live like the water. We drink this water, we cook with this water, we wash with it. Gross. In that order, I guess. Might as well top off our health. We haven't done that since the Angel Village. Gaia working on her tan here. I like that. Such a lovely village, Watermia. I haven't seen any downside yet. Show me this place where they gamble with people's lives. There you go. Crook. Good for crossing the desert. Live a long time without food or water. Child would have to be very poor to come to this place. Or curious. I'm just curious. You can still do it! Alright, this isn't a death game. This is a drinking game, which, you know, it's alright. People do it unconsciously, yeah. Drinking contests, they bet on who will win. I like it's the same music that we hear when we're about to be attacked by all sorts of evil creatures. 28 gems, alright. Shouldn't waste your life on gambling. Good message. If you need a lot of money, go to the raft at the outside of this building. Huh. Betting small money won't make you... Yeah, you gotta risk your life to make a fortune. Oh, another jewel. Might as well give it the gem right here. You had no idea there was one right here, gem. Alright, I think that's it for Watermia. Alright, let's get back for Lily's birthday. Don't want to miss that. Oh, hold on, what's in here? Caught a little cold. Baby will be born. Our family goes about their jobs in high spirits. That's exciting for them. Got a baby on the way. Oh, did I check out this house? Old man who's a little bit crazy, yeah. Holman's my dad. I'd say it's a small world, like me being like, hey, you're talking about my dad, but realistically, there's probably only 200 people in this entire world, 200 NPCs, so law of averages. Let's have Lily's birthday party while we're all together. Heck yeah, remembered. I mean, we just met you, but Lance told us. Oh, cake time. Nice. Neil made it. It was harder than building an airship. That's cute. Luckiest girl in the world. That's sweet. Huh? Alright, wonder what that could be about. Good luck, Lance. Well, you're not yourself. Relax. You're right, I'm not myself right now. This is your birthday present. I hope you like it. What? I told him to make a necklace. Lance. Alright, I happen to know he also made a necklace, but... Uh-oh. Here we go. The words are harder to say than a tongue twister. So serious, Lily. I love you. Yeah, you don't have to answer right away. But I wanted to tell you how I feel. Sweet. And then, oh. That hurts. We had no idea what had happened. That day, Lily didn't come back to her room. I love it. How many other games would, like, cut away and, you know, be a fly on the wall for two non-playable characters like that? It's great. And now, yeah, we don't know what happened. Oh, right. I forgot. You did mention you found something outside behind the house. Cara's diary? I mean, I shouldn't, but, you know. After a long journey, we arrive in the floating city Watermia. I was parched after the journey, blisters on my feet, but I wrapped them in my handkerchief. Before I would have complained, but I didn't say anything. I think I've changed a little. I'm pleased that I can be so concerned with someone else. I've heard this saying from a villager. If you wish over a lotus leaf on a full moon night, your love will notice you. A good saying. Maybe I'll try it. Huh. Alright. Know anything about where Lance went? Huh, what's this letter? Check your inventory here and you'll find a letter from Lance. I'm going to the Great Wall of China. I intended to keep it a secret, but I told Will just in case. I'm putting this letter in his luggage, but he probably won't notice. The townspeople say there's some kind of cure for my father at the Great Wall. It's a long journey, but I'd go anywhere if it would help him. Don't worry about me. P.S. By the way, Lily has left me. Oh. I like that detail of, like, they just put that in your inventory, so maybe you'll notice it, maybe you won't, but... Alright. Well, how do we get out of here to get to the Great Wall? Gotta go all the way down to the south of Watermia. Alright, to the Great Wall. Only one red jewel to be concerned about at the Great Wall, so that's good. And not the most confusing. It's not as much of a maze, I suppose, as Watermia. Good music for the Great Wall as well. I followed Lance's trail to the Great Wall. Corridors stretched to the distant horizon. And I just immediately started killing people. But again, self-defense. Let's try to hold on to as much health as possible. As I start getting smacked around. Alright, I believe we'll get a new ability here so we can start to clear some of those little, otherwise inaccessible tiny hills. Don't seem that high, but like the arrow remains embedded in your whatever part it makes contact with. Always faster to just jump. Any enemies to take down here? Check that radar to make sure you haven't missed anybody. Like these fellas. Not mean to climb that. Not the fun way of getting around in this game. Let's go all the way over there just to take out that enemy. Make sure we get whatever upgrade we get at the end of this particular screen. Oh, shiny. Small stone falls. Part of the necklace Lance made for Lily. There you go. All right, we're on the right track. And he did take my advice. That's good. Guess he just hadn't finished it in time to give it to her on her birthday. It's like a Hansel and Gretel type situation. He's leaving us little breadcrumbs. clues to find him. You're not coming all the way down here, are you? Yeah, 11. It's just practically double. And one more enemy. Get our upgrade here. Double our base attack. On the spears. Long jump. Maybe the longest jump in the entire game. Can't tell me that's good. On a hard surface. It's not good for the knees there. Is this the only one in this area? Yeah. Chest up here. Thank you, map right there. And there's the red jewel for the Great Wall. Good to knock that out of the way. Number 30 overall. Still have the reach on that. There's one of those snakes the kids are telling us about, so if they grab on, just shake that back and forth, the controls. There's another gem to show us which way that Lance is. So second from the right there. But before we do that, just want to make sure we didn't, which we did miss some enemies. I want to make sure we cut through here. Almost got to experience the snake bite right there. All right, still 4 up top, but glad we popped in here. It'd be a lot more difficult to track them down without that local radar. All right, second from the right for the switch, which will clear out the way for, I guess, the first one right here. Here we go. There's a wall there that we just cleared out with that. Ow! And a couple more enemies up top. One more eye, yeah. Another heart upgrade, so we have 13 full bits of health now. Oh, Lily. Hey. Sure am. Hadn't been that long. It's been since Moo. I'd say it was longer before Moo that you'd been in my pocket. Don't go down there yet. We're gonna pop down here. Whoop up on some dudes. Alright. And actually, we can't go this way yet, so now that we whooped up on those 2 dudes, pop in here, coming from the backside. Love it when everyone bunches up like this. There's the backside. All right, so now we can properly run through at full speed, which we would not be able to do if we had stopped there. So we couldn't actually stop between those 2 with our momentum, but, and we can't even get to that right now, so we're gonna need Freedan. And another upgrade, which we'll get going this way here. So you wanna drop down in the middle there. I mean, we want to take out all these enemies, so take your time, but right about here should be in the middle. And now that we've gotten them all, now we want to get the drop through where we can drop all the way. Here we go. And then if you look at your radar, you can see we are directly above a dark space right about. Is there any more enemies around here? Right here. And now we will get, well, I guess we'll get Freedan. All right, now we'll get our new ability here. A little both going on right here. So now we have the final move for young Will, spin dash. It's not the most practical to use, but it's very effective, very deadly. Kind of like the slide. Not quite as easy to use as the slide, but... So we need to... Once we're charged, let's tap L and R, and then just pick a direction, and off you go. It's pretty great. Oh, there it is. All right, cleared out all the baddies from this area. And this will take us all the way up. And now we can head back one screen and use our Psycho Spin to split the gap right here and get to this middle area. And while we're working our way through the Great Wall, let's bring back in Fluff for another Fluff fact about Illusion of Gaia. Fluff?
I talked earlier about the regional differences which were changed to adhere to Nintendo of America's censorship policies. The game was also changed slightly for the European version, where it was renamed Illusion of Time. The French version in particular added references to existing people like Degas and Kafka, as well as mythological characters like Nosferatu.
Very interesting. Thank you, Fluff. Wonder if it had just been a bit more educational that I've been able to request this or sneak this into the curriculum. Not that I had that kind of power in my school back in the day, but, you know, Oregon Trail was a part of the education in the 90s. Why not Illusion of Gaia? That's all I'm saying. Probably lots of reasons, but still, great game. Almost. Alright, hold on. Do this, and then this. There we go. Yeah, right in the forehead. Better appreciate this, Lance. Taking arrows in my face for this. Now we'll get our Freedan, which is kind of timely because we have another boss coming up. If you want to try doing it as well, it's your prerogative. When given the choice. Yeah. Prefer Freedan. We also need his reach for the that one projectile, or not projectile, I'm getting all the way around. Cut through here for that that area we couldn't reach before. We need the Dark Friar. Clear it out. Should we? No. Yeah, we need it for this guy. That's what I was thinking of. Which, if you came here ahead of time, you would discover that. Come on. I mean, I'll be over there eventually, but still. That's pretty satisfying. All the knockback. Just bunch them all up. Yeah, I guess we need to clear them out that way and then get down here and bring them up slightly and there we go. Close enough. Love all the puzzles, you know, it's not just combat and all that, there's more to it. And this brings them all alive. These are part of our total. Can't bring him any more alive by hitting that. Ow. Again. Hope you appreciate this, Lance. And just one more enemy, which I'm sure we'll find. Oh, it's the flame we could extinguish. There you go, but you're almost dead. What is this attack upgrade? This will be good against the next boss. Not quite there just yet, though. Yeah, we gotta go back to Will. Misspoke. Cannot use Freedan. Need Will's Seiko. Spinning abilities to access them. Kinda want that big one. I have no reason to. We haven't died yet, but... Alright, which ones are real? Guess it doesn't matter. We'll just hit that switch and they'll all pop up. By which I mean we'll just stab them. Clutch. Again, we're gonna have a dark space right here, actually. I like we got, what, 2 of the stones for the necklace, and it's already a fully formed item in our inventory. Alright. You're right to stab Will. He is comparatively useless, but we need his abilities to get to the boss, so... Unfortunately. Left and then use our spin maneuver. All right. That away. All right, nowhere else to go but down. One enemy. You don't say. All right, with tips on a very frustrating boss. Not a difficult one, but a frustrating one. Let's go back to Gary.
Boss beaters.
Alright, Sandfanger, you want to stay at the bottom to avoid basically all damage. This boss fight isn't difficult, it's just kind of boring and frustrating. You want to run to where the boss surfaces so that, especially if he launches out to fire some of his little eggs out, that's when you can get a lot of hits in, but just pile on the damage in that case. Just repeat this formula, it's gonna take a while, you'll take him down.
Boring and frustrating is a good way to put it. Thank you, Gary. And if you don't get them right away, they pop out of the ground, they say hello, and they try to kill you. But they're super weak. Don't remember them running around like that. I guess that's just what it does now, that's its life. Probably the easiest boss the entire game because of its very predictable and repetitive move pattern. We get a nice little boss rush at the end of this game too. So we get to see all these guys again, but thankfully as Freedan most of the time. So close. Just burns out. Come on, man. It's clear you're not going to do any serious damage to us. So just plant yourself. Let's end this. It's like a scarecrow head on a little bit to me. I don't know. You can read the writing on the wall, but that doesn't mean he's gonna go anytime soon. Gonna enjoy every moment, every second. Eke every last little bit out of this boss battle. All right, here we go. That's the location. All right, maybe not. Just drawing this out. Last hit. Yeah, that's the time he decides to pop out again. Defeat the Sandfanger. We get a mystic statue. Alright, like a darker purple. That's fine. Lance! You alright? Yeah, the vampire's much more of a handful than Sandfanger. Clearly he was attacked. I don't think he'd just be hanging out in this back room by himself. Clearly he was Sandfanger's prisoner. Should I leave? Yep. All two of them. Dude, get out of here. Yeah. Wait, take care of Lily? What? How about I just give you two a moment alone? Here we go. Aw. I mean, this place isn't that much of a maze. I would have found you eventually, but... That's sweet. Oh. She's doing it again? Aww. Lance is awesome. We love Lance. Love you too. Aww. Lance is like, I don't know about all that. I was just, you know. What's the line? It feels like a million summer days. A million summer days, yep. Some lines we stay with us for life. It's a great line. It's the ultimate compliment, as far as I'm concerned. A million summer days. All right, we're all back together, but for how long? Lance? Made my father very happy before. I think he will slowly recover. Oh, nice. He actually did find something. I didn't remember that it actually worked, so that's nice. If you go west of here, there's a huge desert, but yeah, we need crux. How will I get a crux? Invent one. Full moon tonight. Crux is an odd animal. Full moon sounds like the perfect conditions to risk my life in a drinking contest. I am 14 after all, or whatever I am. 15. I destroyed the Sandfanger, by the way, so might want to stay away from me. That's what I'm trying to say. Lotus Leaf will come if you wait outside the gambling house. That's what I wanted to hear. All right. Very dramatic moment coming up here. We're about to risk our lives. In a gambling contest. Is it this side or is it the other side? There it is. It's like, how you doing tonight? Risking your life, huh? Good luck. Best of luck to you. Thanks. The Russian Glass Club. Do you wish to join? All right, let's do it. You want to risk your young life playing Russian glass? This isn't just a game. You could lose your life. That's all right, man. I got 6 more. I'll ask again. Are you sure? All right, the opponent is over here. So what would happen if I didn't show up? It'd just be a really lame night. He'd just be... just like, I guess no one's going to challenge me. This guy's never lost, obviously, because if you lose, you're dead. I'm going to talk to the bystanders first. Your opponent's won a lot of money. I wonder what he does with it. You have courage. You're still young. Why would you risk your life this way? Such happy music. Gonna die. No game as exciting as this one. I mean, I have to agree. It's Russian roulette, but with poisoned glasses. Uh-oh. Bad night to forget your lucky crux foot. The rules are simple. One of the 5 glasses contains poison. Drink each one in turn. The one left alive is the winner. We'll start with me. Oh my god. Oh, it's the sped up bonsai! Woo! What are we drinking here, by the way? Lucky, my turn next. Bonsai! All right, left or right? We have a 50-50 chance of dying here. Left? I think we guessed right. One glass left. That's enough. This young man has won. Right, quit now. No. I'm the champion. I will not be disgraced. He picks up the glass. Stop him. I'm just standing here. I'm like, whatever. Do I get some money or something? Ignoring the spectator. He downs the drink in a shot. Oh, God. Thus ending his life. Wow. You're the Russian glass player. Oh, yeah, this is his widow. He found a job. He would be okay. But I was surprised at what he did. This is my husband's will. He says to my opponent, there are 4 crux outside. Please use them. Huh. You don't need money. Real joy is being with those you love. Aww. Another heavy moment in this game. You don't expect this from a Super Nintendo game, man. Gambling for your life with shot glasses, potentially poison shot glasses. It's intense. He did cough before. Does that mean he maybe had a terminal illness? Is that what they're implying? This game is a lot heavier than most. I like when we explain to Neil how we got the crux. Got crux? They're so expensive. Why such a sad face? Maybe I shouldn't ask what the reason is. Yeah, you don't want to know, Neil. You don't want to know. Anyway, let's head to Euro. Lance and Lily want to stay here. You should ask them why. Our sixsome is getting a little smaller. I want to stay here. I can't neglect my father, and so I feel a little awkward. I wanted to spend time with Lily. Of course, I don't feel good about it. I wanted to go on with everyone. And I wanted to stay with Lily. I've enjoyed the journey. I hope you're successful. I mean, I would assume you'd be staying too, but Neil's family runs a trading company, and you're rich, so I'm rich by extension, Neil? I do too, Eric. So wait, I don't have to be shabby? Yeah. All right, let's do it. Have you found someone special like that, Neil? Says that like he's speaking from experience. And now we got our crux. I guess we're an eightsome if you count the crux, but I like it. It looks like we have ears. I like how Eric rides his crook. Just hanging on for dear life. We crossed the desert and finally arrived in the village of Euro. Euro was a bustling city, larger than I had imagined. It is probably the biggest city in the game. Neil's parents lived there and ran a company called Rolek. Neil hadn't been there for 3 years. His parents welcomed him home. This is like my aunt and uncle, basically. Festival had started. That's fun. This is the house where Neil's parents live. It's bigger than Eric's house. Guest room. Good lord. Make yourself at home. Sure. Tell them about all your inventions. Yeah, I think we have the letter from our opponent. Let's read it, actually. Even if I perish, don't mourn for me. Even if Russian glass doesn't cost me my life, it's my fate to pass away soon, yeah. 6 months ago when I found out I was dying, I decided to amass as much money as possible. I wanted to leave it to my wife and the child I'll never seek. This game! I made my fortune in spite of the unhappiness I have caused others. If I lose, I want to leave part of my estate to you. Please take care of my 4 favorite croc horses. Oh man. Just hits me, man. What if I have to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night and can't find it? Eric bringing us back to reality here. Back to what really matters. I know, right? You're not as fancy as you thought you were. But there's definitely some red gems in this place. We've made money and wish to spend our remaining years enjoying life. Why don't you succeed us? 'Cause he's an inventor. He doesn't run the family business, whatever that might be. I'm sure we'll find out. Can't even talk to the dad. Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. Size of this friggin' house. Who are you? Anne. A man wearing a cloak came around. He asked if anyone named Cara had come to town. I shrank with fear when I saw his cold eyes. Don't tell Cara. She's blackmailing me for an apple. Fine. Only because I think it's gonna get me a red jewel. President Rolek lives in this mansion. I like the glass you can run down and immediately hit something. Forgot about the jackal, but he's always around. A few steps, well, I was gonna say behind, but in this case, ahead? Sure. Fortune telling. The future looks dark and uncertain. A huge comet will enter Earth's orbit. Mankind will become extinct. Good lord. Nothing but despair. Cornmeal for making bread. Too young for this. Hey, don't go over there. I just beat someone in a game of Russian glass, lady. Can I get some apples? Well, got the apple. All right, let's run this back to Anna real quick. Or is it Anne? Maybe it's Anne. Blackmailing us with apples. 4 apples. Yeah, she wants another one. Man, remember in the days when we could just psycho dash into a wall and get 3 gems for saving a laborer's life? Now we need to run back and forth to the market 3 times, I think, to give Anne 3 apples to get 1 measly red gem. Jewel. That exchange rate does not add up. But it's for Cara. But more specifically, it's for a red jewel. Lady's gotta be like, are you serious? What are you doing with these apples? Literally just gave it to you. See, she knows I care about Cara. That's sweet. Alright, that's also number 31 in our red jewel count. Got a couple more in town here. Alright, while we're in town, there is actually... oh, this part. Actually do have to wait. I like jamming up the line. Waiting in the back. Let's speed this up. I mean, whatever it is, it must be really good because they are, as soon as they come out, they are queuing once again. I saw the line and wondered why people were lining up. Yeah, but you just came from outside. If you step out of line, they will very quickly take your place. Can I come in? Still waiting on that. It just goes to show how long it takes for each person to come in and out. Finally. Aren't you Neil from this village? As far as you know, yes. I understand. Please take whatever you like. Yeah, what do we got here? Life medicine, yes please. So that added a little bit of life to our overall dealie. Dark power went up, nice. Are like rando people coming in here and getting Freedan upgrades? I don't understand that. Oh well. Worth it, I guess. Got a save point there if we need it. Back alleys, good hint. Rofsky. We'll talk to Rofsky in just a second. But first, there's a red jewel back here. Grab that. That's 32 for us. Here it is. Rofsky, true genius is a violent thing. Sounds like a tempest. You Just dash off packs of lies. Don't brag. Rovsky and, Teapot. Mount Cress. Save people. Yeah. Do you have the Sixth Sense as well? Nice. All right, we have our next destination. We're not quite done yet with this part of town. Mount Cress is annoying. It's not moo annoying, but it's just as much of a, hello. Oh, gem. Nice, I think I'm eligible for another upgrade here. Dark powers raised, nondescript dark power. Attack power once more when it's flying, nice. All right, so the only thing left on the list is his secrets. So there you go. Be on the lookout for that. Gentlemen, Freezer the Explorer, Max. It's always interesting when they give these people names. You just know that they might pop up again as the game progresses. All right, let's see what's in the northeast part of town. Outsiders can't enter. Might be another alley that we missed. Hang out back here like where there should be something cool, but there's not. I don't like that. Really ought to be. Luggage is piled up. Groans from the luggage they're moving. The Rolex Company. This must be like one of their offices or HQs or something. Talking about work, I hear if I do business with this company, I can get anything I want. Tea, fruit, furs. Workers, too. Wait a minute, what?
By the way, en route to the final red jewel for this area, which is in the basement of the shrine, which we're heading to next. In the alleyway which leads to the shrine, if you hold up, there's a hidden door right there, which will lead you into a room with a man who will give you a one-off strength bonus, actually. So this is part of the end of the game, just making sure, tying up loose ends. But yeah, if you pop in here, you'll get a +1 extra strength. So just want to point that out if you hold up right there. So I grabbed it a little bit later, but just in the interest of this being a complete Illusion of Gaia walkthrough, there you go.
President comes here often, huh? To the shrine. Nothing creepy about this place. A lot of it's the music. Yeah, look behind it. I don't know where we put that, just threw it out of the way. What the heck? They have slave beards. Various diseases are increasing. Turn your body to stone. Huh. God, are these like your friend? Oh, hold on. This is really sad and all, but there's a red jewel down here.
Number 33 right there.
Come from far away. Dang. Those skeletons are our friends. It was by orders. Wow. So dark. He missed speaking his language. Don't worry, I will, in a roundabout way, help you too. Laborer beards, I'm sorry. Laborer beards. Alright, I'm heading to Mount Temple. I may regret this. strange place at the summit of Mount Cress. Mushrooms many times bigger than me, and plant stalks are scattered around. Alright, a lot of enemies here. Not so much on this screen, but yeah. It's really easy to miss where you're meant to go. Miss a tiny little like turn, or this place is frustrating. Wanna pop over here? There you go. A lot of the skulls are going on and off the screen too to make it extra frustrating. Go. This is the one area where I'm like, I can't promise this will be the most efficient. We're super weak compared to a lot of these enemies too. We need Freedan quite badly. This is where the slide really comes in handy. Skulls just going about their merry ways. Get some Freedan access down there. We gotta come in from the top, though. Forget we have this ability now. Alright, overshot it just a little bit. Alright, this'll get us down there. Problem is, we need Will to do that move quite a bit around here, so. The background animation. Alright, yeah, let's be Freedan here. Look at our health, though. Just 5 more full ones to go. Well, it's 5.5. Yeah, I get some little Nemo vibes from the backgrounds here and everything. For sure. Ooh, 2 damage on those guys. Those guys are tough, though. They have a lot of defense. 6 enemies all bunched up here. We should try that upgraded dark power. There it is. Look at that. That's pretty tasty. Alright, clear out another screen. No chests on the screen. It's always nice that they let you know that as well. Couple baddies you gotta use that on because they won't come to you. So, you need a nice distribution between Will and Freedan here. We also need some special items in this area. Gain access everywhere. One of those areas where you can just like kill everything and then try to figure out what you're doing and where you're going. Very powerful. That move. And the fact that it splits too, so you can extra hits in and just destroy everyone in the vicinity. That's pretty great. Those are some annoying enemies to take down on their own by conventional means. Still a lot of enemies to go around. Shortcut, essentially. Timely health upgrade. Red. This should be one of the drops. It's a mushroom drop. For building out some vines and accessing areas which are otherwise inaccessible. There's not a wrong place to put, I mean, there's a right place to put this, but just basically where you saw the vine undergrown. Two of these guys left. Jeez. Either side. Another one. Back to back. Alright, 4.5 to go now. There is a chest down south. I guess gonna probably coming from the top to get to it. But this is the area where we can use the, here it is. Looks like the mushroom. How many can we get? There we go, all of them. Not a bad time to always have this charged. Even that guy's going down relatively easily. I feel like that hit him, but whatever. Dead end there. So satisfying. And we need another drop right there. 10 more baddies up north. That guy got me. Nice when it accidentally hits someone else. Couple baddies down here, but got another one. We don't need to stop the action every time. Okay. There's a few of these. Get down here to get this guy, yeah. Nice, wow. There are 3 of these in a row. You can tell how close we're getting to the ending here by the power-ups that we've have left, the amount of HP boosts we still have to get. All right, use another one of our mushroom drops here. Still 10 more on this screen, I believe it said. There we go. Another one over here. Alright, we go north. Might be all we can do right now. Yep. Take this north, see if we can't find one more mushroom drop. Fantastic. It might be time to be young Will again, unfortunately. Not before I do this. Just want to kill as many enemies as Freedan before we have to go back to being useless. Offensively useless. Not completely useless, otherwise we wouldn't go back to him. I know they won't, like, trap you anywhere as Freedan. Ah, I lost my boost. Just so much better clearing out this screen with a capable fighter. I don't think I can get to you from here. Well, maybe in a roundabout way. Nice. Still 10 enemies left. Just crazy. And I don't think this is a... Alright. Launch back to where we just were. Alright, we need some willpower. Didn't mean that, but that worked out. Alright. Killed a lot of bad guys with Freedan. It's pretty efficient. Realize how powerful that move is when you have to kill enemies the conventional way. Oh yeah. Alright. Let's do... Oh, I do like that. Alright. We got there as Freedan. Still. Got the drops. So... I don't know, we can hang with them for a little bit longer. I don't want to... get in a situation where we're gonna need Will and we need to backtrack all the way here. So, that's why I'm like, oh god. Just went in a little circle. This is how we get to dark space. Hate to do it, but... Oh, new power. There we go. Not that useful. Not gonna lie. Aura barrier. It's like the first one where I've been like, meh. Psycho Dashes is kind of meh, but we do need that to complete the game. Do not need this to complete the game. But yeah, it gives you a little shield. If enemies hit it, they die, and it's good for you. But alright, so we need to use our right down here. Mushroom drops. Not quite, not quite. So good. Defense boost. No chests. Go to the left. This might finally be the one. No, it's not. Very close. Definitely seen this baddie in other games. Someone that looks a lot like him. About to just take you on in a stabbing match. Nice. Attack upgrade. Let's head northwest. Finally. The reason we came here. This area's not as bad as I remembered it. You found the teapot. Love it. You found your left sock. Be nice if there's a shortcut to get back to the start, but not the case. Yeah. As much as I want there to be. Go to the, southwest part. That's the sneakiness. Alright, there is one red jewel which I missed on this screen. Got to the end of the game, this is the only one I missed. So, from this one, where there is a dark space portal, come around, go past the dark space. You can bounce on top of the mushrooms if you go that way, or I guess whatever those things are that you bounce off, the little flower dealies. Bounce off those if you hit that. But if you go down and around this way, this is basically north of the original opening screen when you get here. You have to go left and up and to the right essentially to get here, but come around here, and this should be your 34th red jewel overall, and the only one to be found here in Mount Temple. Now back to your regularly scheduled timeline right here. Apologies for that. As I said, there would be a little bit of editing involved in this. But we're making it work. And while we're continuing to explore and try to finish Mount Temple here, follow along, and let's break up the monotony by bringing in Fluff for another fluff fact about Illusion of Gaia.
There's a pre-release kind of prototype of the English version of Illusion of Gaia, which is floating around online, which is dated several months before the actual 1994 release of the game. Aside from a number of small differences, mostly related to sound, it clearly featured the name Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia, on the title screen, with Will, Cara, and Hamlet walking on a comet. The license to Nintendo is also missing, though it's there on the screen in a Legend of Zelda-inspired font on the final North American released version.
Thank you, Fluff. Yeah, you can't underestimate the influence that a game like Link to the Past and just the Zelda franchise in general had on games in the 80s and 90s, and even today, I suppose, but thank you. Oh, I missed some baddies. Where are y'all? Down here. There you go. Come on over. Good call. Good decision, Spider. All right. All right, back to Euro City. And actually, before we do that, and turn in this teapot, we need to make one quick backtrack stop. Yeah, we got the one at the Great Wall. We need to go back to Watermia. Yeah. Talk to Lance back in Watermia, going solo on the Croc. This is a sneaky one too, because like you probably wouldn't think to go back to Watermia. But here we are, and then head back to Lance's place, and I guess he's just kind of living here. Luke gets back, he's like, can I live in my house again? No, I'm living here with my girlfriend. Father's getting better. I sure have been. Nice. Taking your dad's red jewel, I like it. We're gonna collide with a big star. I don't believe rumors like that. I mean, it's going to happen, that's why I'm doing my thing. That's number 35 in terms of red jewels for us overall. Yeah, I think what's that? Roofsky he gives you like a hint about the pot, the teapot, and how we're meant to use this. It's not especially obvious as we head back to Euro now. Still have another 15-ish red jewels to go. But there will be a bunch of them in the next couple final dungeons, really. It's just a couple proper dungeons left in the game. But yeah, we're gonna head all the way back up to Neil's folks' place. And yeah, not the most obvious thing that you're meant to do here. You're still worried about the bathroom? God, I'm out getting results, getting things done, and you guys are just hanging out in the mansion. All right, grab the teapot, use the teapot, and the spirit's tears rain down. And check that out. Wow. We saw those bodies, but they thought they were their friends. Well, maybe different skeletons. Good Lord. Finally realized how important my parents are to me. I wish I could have told them. Just leave me alone for a while. I'm ashamed to hear you talk that way. I mean, whether they were laborer traders or not, I mean, the man's parents, he just found out they're dead. It's complicated. But Neil's had some time. And he's next in line to inherit the company. Here we go. I said, in a roundabout way, I said we would stop the labor trade, and that is what we've done. Maybe they should start inventing stuff, putting out your inventions. All right. The jackal, he found us. How did he find us? Don't invite... Oh, it's Hamlet. Remember Hamlet, everyone? Cara's pet pig that we love. Let's come all this way. He battled an equal number of enemies to get here. Sent him by Rolex delivery service. That always made me laugh. Huh. I just don't understand women. Oink, oink. To the west of here are the ruins of Angkor Wat. That is where the laborer's home is located. All right. Yeah, let's go see. Apparently there was famine and some disease that turned everyone into statues. Native's village looks just as large on the map as... Oh. I love the animation to show how hot and desolate it is here. I see the world tilted, my eyes blurred. Nothing we can do. Let's stay in this village today. Recently bleached white. Huh. Sad. Everyone was starving, and these people were frozen, but more importantly, Red Jewel. Number 36. Not a soul here, skeletons scattered around. Sure. How are you gonna rest in this heat, though? Sleep, I guess you can rest, but I think they do actually sleep. Exhausted from the trip, they fall into a deep sleep. A long time passes, and the three bears come home. Find out someone's been sleeping in their bed. Hamlet, let me sleep a while longer. Don't be so noisy. What? Oh! Oh! I feel like I took most of those hits because my defense was so high. They seem very hungry. Yeah, this might be the darkest part of this game. Poor kids, they're starving. But maybe don't eat us? Oh. Still kills me. Damn. Sacrifice himself for us. All right, Eric, no puns right now, buddy. Whoa. Familiar voice echoed in their heads. Hamlet's wish to be food for these people. One baby pig could save many villagers. I know, but it's so sad. Can we just take him to Watermia and get him a nice meal? What's our mom? Must combine her strength to save the planet. We only have 2 to go. Our next 2 stops, basically. It's really sad, but I just, like, I like that the villagers didn't consider eating the pig before they decided to eat us. They let the pig just stand there and they're like, yeah, let's eat these 3 people. Just jumped in the fire. He's so noble. Sniff, sniff. Ever hear that snort again? The air is filled with the aroma of roasting hamlet. God, it kills me. Nice. Angkor Wat. Tears in his eyes. Oh, it's your friend. Or a relative. Yeah, this game doesn't sugarcoat it, man. I'm more like, does anyone have a red jewel? Gave me some food. Man, that's quite the gesture. I really shouldn't be eating these people's food. I'm like full-bodied compared to these people. All right, well, I'm going to Angkor Wat. To Angkor Wat. The door to Angkor Wat. Through the jungle, 3 days' journey from the native village, there was a huge temple. And lots of enemies around here by the looks of it. There's a lot of fake me out, but yeah, Looney Tunes style enemies here. A lot of secrets around here. This guy's gotta launch his neck at you. Only then can you attack him. The head separately. You have to destroy the head. Remember this guy fighting him as a kid, and I was like, oh, I guess he can't be killed. It's a hassle, though, I tell you. This is good music for the outside of this temple, by the way. Mysterious. Stoic. Best is if you can get, because it's all about damage you can do before he gets his head back to his body. After all that was worth it, though. They're like, we know you're gonna need some health back after that. Alright, so we have a number of red jewels to be found in Angkor Wat. The good news is you don't have to really search for them. They're not going to be hidden, tucked away in places. In this case, they will be in chests. We get our own piece of music for Angkor Wat. Unique enemies. New skull enemies. Just lots of frustrating enemies. They really pulled out all the stops for Angkor Wat here. This guy hangs out for a bit as he's separated, then he'll rejoin in that same spot. These guys are invincible, and then they snap out of it. They do a lot of damage to you, though. They make quite the entrance, too. And as we grab number 37 on top of this ramp here, let's get another Fluff fact with Fluff.
While Illusion of Gaia was designed by a very talented group of game developers, I want to highlight a couple people in particular. Assisted by the aforementioned Tomoyoshi Miyazaki and Masaya Hashimoto, the scenario or story was largely the product of Mariko Ohara, who is an acclaimed Japanese science fiction writer. With a dozen novels to her name, Illusion of Gaia appears to be her sole video game credit. Aside from the excellent story, we're also especially partial to the music of this game. The soundtrack was composed by Yasuhiro Kawasaki, and while I didn't recognize most of the other games he contributed music or sound for, I was quite surprised to see him credited as being responsible for the sounds of the tower management simulator Sim Tower, a 1994 Maxis PC game. That was the year after Illusion of Gaia came out as well. Weird lateral move there, Professor.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked to hear that, Fluff. Actually, I guess it just proves the old adage, a gig is a gig. It's a very strange move after this game, but there you go. Get a little bit faster every time you hit him, in case you couldn't tell. Like it. Can't get quite close enough. Can I even spin it or slide into him? There we go. Just enough for a little slide through. These guys are incredibly annoying. Again, gotta be careful with the dismount there as you're coming out of that move. All right. Come on now. Just you. Really could use the health one there, but all right. Now I'm terrified of who's around the bend. I don't think I have 7 more of these enemies in me. Gotta do it. A little sloppy. That's gonna happen by design. And your eyes adjust, and then we're on like a bunch of insects or something, roaches on the ground. It's pretty creepy, like something out of Indiana Jones. The floor is moving. Sounds like we're taking damage, but we are not, thankfully. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Anchor Watt's a bit of a grind. We got a lot more to fight through here, so let's bring Fluff back in for another Fluff fact about Illusion of Gaia. Once again, Fluff.
I mentioned earlier how Quintet worked closely with Enix in using them for a publisher for the majority of their existence. This dates back to the first game they released, ActRaiser for the SNES, a combination of side-scrolling action and city-building simulation. The novel gameplay concepts made the game a critical and relatively decent commercial success as well, so much so that Enix requested Quintet make a sequel to ActRaiser. While the same team from Quintet developed the sequel, the city-building elements were dropped from the game purportedly at Enix's request, as it shifted entirely to an action side-scroller. While the game enjoyed decent reviews, its sales paled in comparison, selling roughly only a quarter of what the original did.
Yeah, that was a bad call on Enix's part. First ActRaiser was a very cool game, very novel blend of gameplay there as we grab an herb, much needed herb as we're just getting sloppy here. Probably my least favorite part of the game. I like the idea of Angkor Wat, I liked it a lot as a kid, but yeah, in practice this place is pretty annoying, not gonna lie. Again, only a handful of each to go. This looks like a fun room. Speed it up again here. The spin move, as you can see, works pretty well for this little stretch where most of them are affixed to their surfaces. Does a decent bit of damage. It's just all about of when it's gonna let up and you're vulnerable once again. But the less moves you can take them down in by doing more damage like this, the less, the lower gear they'll get to. Very close to doing 4 on those guys. All right, how many more we got? Just one guy left in this area. And you're one of the weak ones, aren't you? That make me feel good about myself. Close enough. Alright. Got our shortcut now to cut through on the way in and out. Here we are in the garden. Oh good, more of those long neck guys that I love so much. I guess the move... well, if I can get it off in time. Yeah, I guess that's the move. Psycho style. Alright, there's a restorative point. Mind the false bushes, like you. Oops, premature. And now that our attack's up, we can get away with taking them down without a fancier attack. Definitely. Oh. It's nice he didn't come up after me until he was already dead. Alright. Don't want to miss anybody. It's very easy to miss a bush around here and then be like, ah. Okay, that flies. There's a whole cluster of those bushes over there on the right, as you can see. Yeah. Alright. I think we're good behind us now. Yeah, we don't have to be fancy anymore with our psycho moves on these guys. Good stack in here. 39 guys to start with, though. This is a busy area. A lot of dead ends, but it's just for the purposes of getting to all the baddies, every last baddie. It's a nice little stacking area right there. Alright then. And then that's where we're going, but we're gonna follow this around side. Just out of reach. And then you come over to me. Yeah, we'll get around to you one way or another. I was gonna say, stick your head out of me then. This should be fun. That's where you want Freedan's move. Really badly. Oh, skeleton. Stick your head out already. Good lord. 10. There's still 10. Bones of a lost explorer fascinated by something. Yeah, read the journal. Across the jungle, but native village, didn't understand language. Had destroyed. Does that mean they ate? Huh. Man. So many great lines, so many poignant lines. Just a fly swatter just pathetically trying to... Alright, I guess there's still a lot. No, there's still a lot concentrated in this area here. Not even sure if we can really get Freedan around this area. I don't remember playing as him in Angkor Wat as much. There's no boss because they figure this area itself is dangerous enough, difficult enough. Stupid fly. Alright, who we missing? Someone up top? Let's hit this just the same. Oh, there's Freedan. Definitely need him. He only needs 6 more of the health upgrades. And just 1 major dungeon after this one. So. Alright, keep our eyes peeled. Focused on the radar to find that last enemy, wherever they may be. You'd think with the sword, these bushes wouldn't be an issue. Apparently not. There's an area eventually where we need to find something off to the sunglasses, off to the right area. Oh, someone over this way. That's a bush. I bet we missed a bush. Freedan's just the man for that, despite what I just said. Right. Okay, this way. Oh, it's up there. Yeah, Freedan's the only way to get that bush, actually, so definitely misspoke. All right. Again, whenever I don't need it, they give it to me. Finally pressing back on again. Yeah, we get a bit more range to deal with these enemies. Everything becomes a lot easier. And we'll get a new move of his, actually. Which we need to carry on, so yeah, I forgot about this. This guy. We'll need to move, because he will always set up shop right there. Oh, this is so much better now. We use our temporary invincibility from stabbing these guys. While they're hurt. And even if they hit us, we don't really care, because everything's easier with Freedan. Knew he'd pick just then to do that. That was pretty good. It's a good reach. Go down so he's 25. That's just silly. Yeah, 7 away from getting another extra life. We'll be at 9. Which I don't think it goes above that, so. Alright, this is his drive his sword into the ground and create a little earthquake. Earthquaker, there you go, inspired title. Tested out to stun our friend here. There we go. And now he's frozen in place. Gaia says a long time. I think it's like 4 seconds, so. concept of time is a little different. Yeah, everything's so much easier as Freedan. Pretty silly. They're just piling them on now. Save some for the final dungeon. Red jewel. How many does that make for this place now? 2? It's 38 overall. Love it so much. Tasty. Alright, Outback. Road to the main hall. As we saw the Outback. Not a whole lot of enemies out here. Always looking back. I don't think it's in this area. We still need to separate you from your... Exactly. Like the same attack. Took them all out right there. Using this would be worthless against this guy, but... Yep. No point. So what'd I say, 4 seconds? 4 to 5 seconds. One guy left up top. I guess it's just gonna be another one of those stretchy, heady guys. Oh, might be a bush. Just to mess with me. We might actually head outside from in here. That should be a jewel. Bring it on. Yeah, I love these guys now that I got my Dark Friar move. It's a world of difference. It's almost as if this guy's a warrior and Will is... Yeah, alright, so we can't hang out here. Way too bright. Need to head to that little side area. Is there another one down here? So let's use it now. There we go. This is it. Out the side here. Yep, it's a bush. But what was that bush guarding? Pick it up. Most epic introduction for sunglasses. So now we... Oh. How'd I miss you? Get drop down in the right spot on the next room so we can get that. Man, come back here. Oh, jeez. At least he's going fast. Oh, good lord. Alright, now pop on the sunglasses. There we go. Blocks out the light. After a second. so good. This is where we're just dominating at this stage in the game. Freedan is, mind you. On a hot streak, Gaia, come on. Come on, Gaia, just teach Freedan that slide move. Probably not safe with the big sword and everything. It's like running with scissors. It's not advised, but on the top floor, you'll understand why you made the journey. We'll see. Again, thankfully there's no boss here, so I don't mind slumming it with Will. Yeah, that worked out okay. All right. Better be worth it, Gem. That's number 39. Whatever your dark secrets are. What if he's just like, I have a gambling addiction? Ugh. I mean, that's cool, man. Get some help. Sometimes I like an extra glass of wine after a hard day at work in a bubble bath. Put on some Kenny G. That's fine. Didn't have to get 50 gems to figure that out. Can't put these guys down just like that anymore. Well, only 3 more of those in the game. Alright, cleared the whole area. 11. Alright, I'm doing it again. I don't care. Yeah. There we go. We're doing it Will's way. It's like right here. Wait. Nah, wasn't gonna work. I need to go one higher to actually get to this guy. This feels like a spin situation. Or yeah, you would do that, wouldn't you? It's alright, I don't think there's enough enemies in here to really be an issue the rest of the game. Wow, alright, there's 2 left. Crazy. Alright, that should be it on the red jewels. That's number 40 overall for what it's worth. However, just gotta take out all these baddies. All 4 of them. Gotcha. You're gonna be frustrating, aren't you? Alright, where do you split? Right about here? You messed up my thing. I think I messed up my thing that time. Like, my job is to make your job as difficult as possible. You seen your friend? Oh, there he is. Defense. Numbers. We must. I don't know. Attack and defense is gonna be all we're gonna be getting in this the final stretch. All right. All been leading up to this our purpose of this journey will finally be revealed. I've been waiting for you to come for thousands of years. I guess about 3,000 years. Time has passed since the dream began and my body became what you see. I'm going to show you a strange image. Close your eyes. This is going to blow your mind. Me City. Gross, what is this? It's like a concrete jungle. Will's like, God, no. What was that? The new world. That world is all gray. This world has blue water, green mountains, brown earth all over. You will usher in that world. Me? Such a strange world? Tall trees replaced by buildings, rivers replaced by roads. No matter what kind of world people have, if they think they're happy, they'll be happy. Whoa. Whoa, Enix. Go to the village and restore those turned to stone to their original condition. Release those who have been turned gray back to their natural state. When the blinding light stopped, I stood quietly as if nothing had happened, and I found the Gorgon flower held tightly within my hand. Alright, so probably the most offensive instance of having to retrace your steps and backtrack to get out of here is right here in Angkor Wat. So while we speed this up, let's get one more fluff fact about Illusion of Gaia from Fluff.
Illusion of Gaia was a moderate success, falling just shortly behind their ActRaiser and selling roughly 650,000 copies worldwide. It was also a critical success, being regularly ranked on the top SNES games of all time lists. Famed Nintendo-focused magazine Nintendo Power even listed the game 186th on their top 200 Nintendo games of all time list back in 2006.
Deservedly so, thank you very much. I mean, I'd probably put it up higher myself, but that's just me, or better, I suppose I should say. As we return to the village to unfreeze. At least they're not starving when they're frozen, you know? Maybe keep them frozen until we have a nice, stable source of food, not just a one-off, you know, sacrificial pig. Now the music's kind of happy. Oh, this is where we got laid out. Alright, so Hamlet's not there anymore. Alright, here's the flower. More importantly, red jewel. Number 41. Nice. Sign language. Animals have returned to the forest. They no longer prey on each other. Traders knew there was no food here and led the children away. Terrible story. Labor traders came from a town in the northwest. They took many villagers. Yeah, let's go put a stop to this. I mean, Neil's doing his thing, but let's go to the source, or one of the many sources, apparently. One of the final map treks. Teo. Saw a pyramid up north. A town shining in the desert. We went to Deo. Alright, gotta get our last few red jewels. Sandstorm, come on. Heck yeah. Letter and luggage. Nice. Any red jewels in there?
You got a letter.
See how many we got. Nice. Technically 41, because we have not yet gone back to the Mount Temple to grab that one, but you should have 41 at this stage in the game. There are 3 more to be found here in Deo. 2 over to the right, and then 1 from playing a mini game, which is pretty easy actually. In a mini game over here. This is not the mini game, this is just super sad. 40 years to weave a carpet. Good lord. Some are born to misfortune. Yeah. He's tapping his foot like he's impatient, but again, it's gonna take them 40 years, so maybe go get a cup of coffee. This game has a lot to say about status, working and being born into slavery, basically. Yeah, I didn't think you could put a price on people, and yet apparently you can. Apparently it's very affordable in this world. Hamlet's noble sacrifice fed a dozen people for 48 hours. Have you ever played Snake Panic? I'm still in training for it. I think it's in one of these... Oh. Uh-oh. Girl silently offers 1 sheet of paper. There was a picture of a jackal. A shiver ran down my spine. It was a warning from the jackal who had been stalking us. Why do you have it, though? And then it's back to the happy music. I believe there's a gem, like right where this crook is drinking from. There we go. 42. All right, where's Snake Panic? Here it is. All right, Snake Panic, man. Rules are simple. Hit as many snakes as you can in a minute. So basically, the best strategy is stand here in the middle and just keep going back and forth. Don't use your special fancy launching move. Don't wait for the snakes to for you to be like, all right, I need to hit to the right. Literally just alternate back and forth. If you did this right, the best prize you can get is 2 red jewels. Snack Bop. I believe the cutoff is either 70 or 75 that you need to earn yourself 2 jewels, the max. 92 will certainly get it done for red jewels 43 and 44, just a few left to grab. Snakes are like, what the heck was that about? Just wanted to see you. All right. Oh, there he is, the one house I didn't go into. Neil! Obviously, we already knew. We talked about that. All right. Now I feel like we're going to the pyramids. There we go. Just have to talk to Neil. All right, so the pyramid, bit of a handful. It's got probably the most to it. Sky Garden had 4 little areas. Pyramid has 6, but before we can think about that, we have our final, which I mean our second additional form we can take. I've been waiting for you to come. I am made from the light of a comet, the ultimate warrior shadow. I don't know, I think I'd still take Freedan, but body appears only when the human consciousness evolves. The comet that now approaches Earth is also a consciousness without form. My body is the only thing that can confront the comet and bring it to an end. So I guess in that sense, yeah, maybe we won't try standing on a comet as Freedan, but by the way, how cool is that statue look? Right there. Put that in my house. Let's see what Gaia has to say about the shadow. So back at Angkor Wat, everything went crazy. And now we have the ultimate warrior. Not that ultimate warrior, but we have a very important item from Gaia here. The aura. Yes, essentially allows us to become Alex Mack. If anyone gets the reference, you have to equip it though. And you'll see right here, just use it like any other item whenever you see these lighter bricks here. And you'll very slowly descend beneath the floor there. And we have one more dark space here because we actually need to switch to will. So this is the nexus down here at the bottom, where we have the 6 different areas of the pyramid to go into. I like to go left to right, starting with the first one. We need Will for this first one and his Psycho Spin, so that's why we're going in with him, even though we just got Shadow. You want to play with your new toy with Shadow, but they make us do Will style first, so we can spin up these little hills. A bit more speed here. And there we go. Be very attentive to where the enemies are with your map here. There's a lot of invisible bird heads, which are very frustrating because they're easy to miss. Easy to kill, but easy to miss as well, so. If you want to get everything there is to do here, then kill all the enemies, get all the gems, the jewels. There are 5 of them. There's actually one at the start, which we need to grab. So this will be, that's where we need to get to ultimately, but before we do that, drop down here, take out these enemies. Yeah, we'll be teleported back to the start of the pyramid many times, so time to pick that up. Take out the last 2 enemies on this floor here. Defense, how about that? This takes us back up to the starts where we can do our Psycho Spin again. See if we do it in one little motion here. No, it always slows you down too much. In this area. This is satisfying, but also simultaneously kind of annoying because you need to do it a couple times to get back and forth through here. It's hard to stick it right in the middle. 5 more to go. We actually need to use the incline from this left side in combination with the right. Otherwise, you don't have enough speed to get up there. There we go. These guys' shields kind of act like the statues and swords, the swords from the statues on the Sky Garden, where you need to kind of weaken them first before you can actually properly destroy them. You're the last one. What are we getting from you? Another defense, just stacking these at this point. And just pop in here and get the first of 6 hieroglyphs. 6 of these stones, which we'll use in that nexus area of the pyramid. We'll use our dad's journal to find the exact order. Once again, go back to the shadow. And knowing how they always dump us back here, couldn't they just drop us down in that bottom area? In case we don't always need the shadow, but we will need him for this next area. Second from the left, so. In this second area now. Always gotta make sure there's no treasure chests in each area. As you can see, there was an area where we could descend right here. So there's like a floor between this, so let's do it right here. Get a couple enemies that we would have missed otherwise. I'm sure they're all down beneath us, so we'll take these stairs down. This place can be annoying. Main thing is just knowing which form you need to take for each of the 6 areas. Some of these, they double up. Man, they're just going all in on the defense at this point. One chest on this floor. Do not leave without it. Again, paying attention for all the sneaky baddies that are might be hiding in different areas. You can play pretty loose around here, obviously, because of the fact that they give you plenty of areas where you can go to a dark space between each of these sections, so not too dangerous, just annoying. Looks like we missed a chest right there, but this will be. There's a chest beneath us here. Hop in right quick and grab this. And before we warp back, we need to drop down and grab that chest. And in here, in the second of the 6 areas, we have our 45th red jewel. A couple birdmen around here with shields. It's just their heads that are like to hide from us in subsequent sections. Don't know if we'll see one here or not. This should be the last 6 right here. Tack up. Always like that. See, we've maxed out on our orbs at this point. There's I'm not sure if that was going to be enough to, if that's far right enough, so we'll use this one here. Where we're assured that this has the warp to take us back to the central chamber. Alright. Hop in. Pop in here. Doesn't matter if you pop in at this one or the bottom one, but... And actually we can grab, could have grabbed this earlier, but this is our, I guess, 46th overall red jewel. Come up to the top here, use your aura and drop down, and then search, I think it's the top left column for number 46. There we go. And in there, I don't know. I guess you would think, you know, once you got down here, hey, there's got to be something hidden here. Obviously. They wouldn't just have you drop down here for nothing. So, the third one, we start out as Will. I think we need to split the duties for the third from the left. Did not mean to go in there again. I don't know why. Insist on the stairs over just dropping down. But we'll need him with his Psycho spin ability for the start to grab ourselves the red jewel that we see. The chest that's in the red jewel that we see. Strike that, reverse it. Been a long class. But here's number 47. Gotta be Will to grab this one. Almost missed him. Do that all the time. Alright. So now that you've done that, that's the only reason that we need Will in this little section here, so... It's most efficient to just go back to dark space here now and go back to your shadow form. So we've gotten 3 of the 5 jewels now. Should be 2 more here in the pyramid. And there's 1 in the final area, which we're going to after this, the Tower of Babel. And then we'll just have to take inventory, see if we missed anywhere. It would have been pretty late. I've been keeping track. Would have been pretty late in the game, so... Thankfully, you can revisit all of the areas pretty much from the final, certainly quarter, but probably third of the game. Once you get to Watermia, you can backtrack pretty much all the way to that point in the game, so there's no more instances of red jewels that if you miss them, it's just, you know, it's over at this point, so we don't need Freedan for that. We can actually come in from the bottom, I believe, to get up there. Note the hidden birds right here. Very annoying. Very easy enemies to take down, obviously, but you just don't want to miss them. Be scratching your head wondering where that upgrade was, that final enemy was for the upgrade. I think, actually... Yeah, this will take us to new areas, so make sure we take out these remaining 2 enemies. 1 more upstairs right here. Don't need the elevator for this. Just want to take this guy out. And actually would have been slightly more efficient had we not hit that switch, but that's alright. I didn't want to get back down here. And they're squeezing in all those last-minute defense upgrades. What are we at right now? 30. Okay. So in the end, we'll be at, I think it's 32. We have 2 more of those, actually. Hold out for the final totals. I know there's a 29 And just have the pressure plates here for moving this thing around. Again, keeping watch, making sure we didn't miss any of the bird heads that are hidden in any of these areas. I like when they all cluster up like this. Just give him a big old fish slap. That's what it looks like to me. I don't know why. He's just slapping him with a fish. No one hiding there. A couple bird heads hiding here. It kind of looks like we can sink into the ground right here, but not the case. Even when it's connected. It's kind of sneaky like that. Just like he's waiting for a bus. Checking his watch. Just a ultimate warrior made entirely from light of a comet. Looks pretty cool, have to say. Very nice when we get his ultimate ability, weapon, what have you. Really his only ability that he has, I guess, aside from sinking into the floor, which is literally only relevant in this one stretch of the game, the pyramid. It's a shame we got him so late, you know, just from a gameplay perspective, but, you know. That's fair. So just the hieroglyph tile to get over to the right here. And 3 for 5 on the red jewels, just reminding myself more than anything. We'll need will for the next of the 6, and then I think it's shadow for the remaining 2. I don't think we need to split the duties between the two of them again, but we will see. Again, all these places kind of run together a little bit, so. And we'll just sink down and hit it down here. Seeing as we need to switch to will anyway. The worst is if you accidentally try dropping on an area you can't, like on the railing there. And then it makes you go all the way back up very slowly. Plenty of opportunities to save here, record your progress. Again, I insist on going around that way. But this is 4, which means more, since we need will, more psycho spinning is required here, more hills. You think a being made of the light of a comet would be able to handle that, but that said, this is pretty satisfying. Sliding through all these orbs. Introducing some mummies here. We'll come out of the wall in a little bit. We'll actually get to go through their little spots at one point. Gonna make sure we go up and to the right before we go through that door on the left. Just to hit this one particular enemy, and I think that's it for that area. So after you hit that, then you can head to the left here and pop up. This is where they're starting to come out of the wall, and can't go through any of these holes, I believe. It's not till the final of the 6 that we can head through their little area. Yeah, the spirits don't count as enemies. I mean, they do, and they can hurt you, but you just have to take down the mummy body themselves, itself, to get credit for the takedown. But still, it's here. It should die. Say 8, 7, even though they're still floating around. And we still love the slide, even this late in the game. No strategy. We know there's a dark space waiting for us. One more defense upgrade, why not? Alright, we have a chest on this floor. This one's frustrating with the spikes everywhere. Thankfully, it's not an instant death like so many games. It's just a little frustrating for Will. You'd think it would be an instant death. The spikes getting embedded in his head. But no, he's alright. He's tough. He's the chosen one. It's actually a different area over here. Just assumed there would be. Let's clear out this area before we head over there. Here's our red jewel. Number 48 overall. Just 2 to go. They're all taken care of here. Let's head back up. So we only have one more red jewel to worry about for the pyramid here. I guess it wasn't the most efficient way coming this way, but that's alright. Owe you an extra minute there. Forgot about that move. It's been how long it's been since we've used it. 6 enemies remaining. Four enemies remaining. There we go. Attack upgrade here. Curious, where does this even lead? This is just back up top. So we're gonna go all the way back. Get our spin ready. Let's see if we can do this in one little move here. Yes, we can. Very nice. Just enough pace on that. And we're actually still managed to be close to death. Our fast and loose play style here. It's alright. Got enough in the tank. For the remaining, what, 2 enemies here? Yeah, where are they? Must have blown right by them. Inventory's full, so we gotta send a couple gems to gem. A couple jewels to gem. Well, 3 jewels to gem, I suppose. Might as well just send them all at this point. There we go. Alright, now we can grab it. Hopefully those jewels can make it through the many tons and tons of layers of... Tons of layers? You know what I'm saying. There's all of the building materials. There they are. Don't know how we missed them. I guess at that point I was no longer doing my my spin. I was just kind of running through. Took some damage. Alright, hop in. Back. And the remaining 2 are Shadow. Gotta become Shadow anyway to head through the floor. But you know that by now. All right. Let's head down for 5 of 6. Main thing besides taking out all the remaining enemies is obviously to make sure we grab that final red jewel. What should be the penultimate jewel in the game, but that's assuming we haven't missed anything. We'll do the inventory check. It's possible that we missed one in depending on how we edit all this together in the end. We'll see how that goes. So obviously this is a situation where we need to Alex Mack it up. And there's the chest. No herbs, I don't believe, at this stage. Thinking it's too late in the game to give you stuff like that. Where are you? There. And red jewel number 49 is just beneath us. Aura right here to get the final red jewel of the pyramid, but they make us pay to get this. Like, you really need to commit to getting all 50. There you go. How frustrating is that? I've said it many times at this point, but Gem, your secret better be well worth it. That's all I had to say. Making us backtrack like this. Gonna skip heading back in the dark space this time. I think we got it. Feels very Metroid, Super Metroid there with the Dara Reason class on. Another classic, better known classic, I'd say. A lot more people are familiar with Super Metroid than Illusion of Gaia. But it's still nice to see a decent bit of love for this game, I have to say. Because I never know. Let's be safe. Let's liquefy right here and head down. Don't want to miss these two. Don't let us overshoot them. All right, there we go. Handy. And actually, yeah, this is the only way to get over here, so we saved ourselves a little bit of time. And there we go, the penultimate HP boost. We'll get the final one here in the pyramid. This area can be a little tricky to make sure you get all the enemies. You can see there's some to the north west of us, or up and to the left. So there might be a little bit of backtracking going on here because, oh, hold on. There's a guy up there as well. I think this is the door that they're, yeah, that's the actual exit point right there. So we'll head back and we'll be able to drop down from that way by coming in from the top. Map's certainly helpful. Yeah, the drop point was all the way up here, so to actually make sure you take down all the enemies, you would need to backtrack a little bit and go that right route first, so. And the last one is hidden over here. There you go. All the way in the corner. One more attack upgrade. Nice shot of the shadow right there. Relatively efficient, though. Route through this pyramid so far, I have to say. Again, said it earlier, but main thing is just knowing who to take into each section. I think we're going to finish strong with the shadow for number 6. Drop down here one last time, barring some sort of embarrassing mistake on my part. Let's go 6 for 6 here. 22 enemies, no chests. We know we're covered in that department. This is the one where we're going to be able to go through one of the mummy holes. Doesn't sound right, but it's accurate. Again, We have multiple points where we can drop through the floor, but again, you can see with the little bit of coloring on top of the block right there. And I always prefer to making sure I clear out the floor before I drop. You can't come back. And another area where we're got a hidden one here. And if this is going to progress the area, then we are going to need to go back, yeah. So maybe I misspoke when I said we do not need to go back to that nexus again, but we will need to go through the floor to get this one-off enemy. It's got to be annoying. Hidden bird head, but there's the final health upgrade. We have 20, or I guess 40 hit points technically. Alright, so this actually takes you back up there, so that works. So all we have left now is, I guess a strength. We have one more defense. Yeah, 40, 29, and 32. 29 is the max strength, so there's one more strength. And then actually the one we need to pick up, which we actually showed already, but missed at the time. It's part of the, again, it's part of the editing, how we're making sure we don't miss anything and showing you everything in real time during this Illusion of Gaia walkthrough, that we are grabbing things that we may have missed, but we grabbed them as you saw them in the video. So this is the final tile, but we need to just head back to the left a little bit. Not the most confusing area, I have to say, compared to some of the others. This 6 of 6. If indeed that's how they're meant to be played, left to right. But yeah, before we warp on out of here, come down here. And there we go. Get our defense. Some of the bosses give you slight. There we go. We got maxed defense. We might get our strength boost from taking down this boss here, and then we'll have one more to pick up back in Euro, which we showed earlier, but we did not get at the time, so. All right, so we would have time to do this before we take on the next boss, but let's save just the same. Not a bad idea to save right here. We have an important story point coming up next. So climb the stairs here. And before we can use our tiles, hold up, walk to the left without a sound. All right then. Just looks so casual. And there you go, Jackal. We've been hearing a lot about this guy. There he is. I know the whole story of your adventure. I heard about an ancient biotechnology using a comet's light. I didn't know it was you. With the power to change body shape, you could get anything. Money, women, people would bow at your feet. It's only natural that King Edward would trick you into this. Father? That's the way kings are. He would do anything to get the power. He might even be more evil than a mercenary like me. At least he's honest. He knows he's evil. Either way, if I make the money, I don't care. It's all good. Edward Castle. Voice whispers in Will's head. Play the flute, Will. So much for keeping our secret in front of Cara. I don't know, she might be more into us after seeing we can change into a being of light, but play the melody here. I think we had a tip that this room in particular is very sensitive to sound. We're not in the best place ourselves, actually, as you'll see in a couple seconds. But we'll be okay. Yeah, again, like, we're definitely catching on fire there, but as we learn in Freejia, by the way, this terrified me as a child. Again, this game, not afraid to get dark as this guy. Immolated, still crawling across the ground with his last ounce of strength before he dies. Right there in front of Cara. That's gotta scar you for life, man. It's a flawed world. Maybe that concrete jungle that we saw. Careful where you step there, Cara. I love that line. You're doing your best to save the world. I'm sorry I'm getting on your case. Fifth Mystic statue. Yeah, we got 2 right. Yeah, it did. Alright. So, let's pop open our father's journal. No one's ever done it before. It's a key to solving the riddle. Sun spirit rises. So, what do we got? We got bird, shoe, or smokestack, I guess. No, we'll say boot. Bird, boot, football, sleeping, other bird, and then finish it out. Bird, boot, football. There you go. All right, so we're going to start putting these in. This is the first bird. Bird, boot, football. Oops. Got a little too excited there. Bird, boot, football. Third from the left. What'd I say? Sleeping. Did it again. Just trying to keep this in my head here. Sleeping. Other bird. Actually, 3 of them look like birds now that I see them in the wall. And then whatever this is. Did it right. You'll hear a sound. Just walk through the flaming corpse, apparently, and it's fine. And I very much recommend that you switch to the shadow at this point. Actually, let's try Freedan for this one. I like the shadow's slightly longer reach. I'm curious if Freedan's got a little more damage in the tank. Shadow does 2 damage per slap. Let's try with Freedan. Not sure if I've done this before. We're experimenting here. I guess she's just accepted that we take all these forms by now. All right, boss time. Let's throw it back to Gary once again.
Boss beaters. All right, the Mummy Queen. You want to keep your distance after the attacks to avoid the enemies. So you get that hit in, and she's kind of spread out. So you just want to keep your distance after you hit them there. And then use those warps on the sides, on the bottom, and then that ledge that you can jump down from the top to kind of time those to the last second when you're about to get hit, because you have that temporary invincibility when you're warping or jumping down. So use those when you're cornered to get away from the damage. You want to hit the solid enemy when the Mummy Queen goes to the wheel, about halfway down with their health at that point. But just repeat this formula as we show. Not too difficult.
Yeah, just keep away, basically. Takes a while is the problem with this boss fight. Thanks, we got Freedan here for doing double the damage that we were doing, obviously, with the worm-like boss when we were slumming it with Will. Very creepy, the design of Cleopatra, the Mummy Queen, excuse me. Yeah, the charge is nice, especially when you use the charged shot. Freedan here. Good for keeping your distance. Get no shots in and then not having to worry necessarily where the little spirits, how far out they're going to be shooting and everything. All right, so we got the circle Gary mentioned. Just hit the a little bit more damage there than necessary, but we got plenty of HP in the tank right now. There's a sort of a boss rush late in the game, which is pretty much right after this. After we, part of when we grab that 50th red jewel in the Tower of Babel. Spoiler alert. But yeah, we have to face her again, and won't have nearly as much health coming into it. I mean, depending on how you fare against the other bosses of the rush, but yeah, they're a little stingy with the dark space entrances when it comes to the boss rush a little bit later. So certainly get yourself a nice strategy which works for you, perhaps the one which Gary recommended, like we're doing here. One more ought to do it. There we go. Very satisfying. Alright. Penultimate statue. What color is it? Gold? Alright. They love their blues, their dull purples, their aquamarines. This makes me think of Super Mario RPG, where all the stars are so brightly colored. But anyway, our dad's talking to us through the flute again. Bring the 5 mystic statues to the tower. The statues you've collected hold the key to the fate of humanity. No pressure. There you go. That little island. How'd we get there the first time? If Neil's gonna take us this time, I'm just curious. I guess maybe a ship 2 years earlier or 3 years earlier, whenever that trip was. Hey, Neil. I gotta save the world, Neil. Yeah. Sounds good. This time the airplane won't crash. Alright. That's reassuring. Did you put in seats this time? Don't worry. That was a chance, obviously, to go back and make sure that we've gotten everything. But before we do that, we're gonna head back into the tower. We're gonna head into the tower because we'll have an option eventually to head back to Deo right before we take on the final boss. So there's a very late point of no return. So they're generous in that sense. Probably, Eric. Sounds great. We'll have a big party. Certainly earned it. Yeah, Lance and Lily got together, and he found his dad, and he's helping him. Neil's taken over the company and getting rid of slavery. And Cara, she got out and saw the world. I'm saving the world. And yeah, what did you learn? Oh, you can go to bathroom by yourself. Classic Eric. I love it. And that's a no on the seats, by the way. We're just clutching onto the beams, the supports. Cara is unusually quiet. Didn't even realize she was here. Alright, parachuting into the tower. For truly the final stretch of this game. Again, we'll do the final jewels and everything, but the final jewel is here in the tower. So, second parachute. When I was a kid, I thought that was just like the perspective changing and following us down, but no, that's definitely someone else jumping out of that airplane. But anyway, the Tower of Babel was deathly quiet. Time stood still. So the final red jewel of the game is right here where we found the flute. Not a bad exchange. Anyway, we'll head back. So you literally can't do the hidden Gem the Jeweler thing before you come to the Tower of Babel, so. Oh. The ring was in our flute the whole time. We just thought it was decoration. How about that, everybody? So when we told the king that we didn't have the ring, definitely did. We just didn't know it. And we need this ring to actually enter the... There you go. To enter this right here. Funny that's... that beam is what jostled it loose. Just gotta be wearing it. How did Cara get through? There's only, I think I've said this before, there's only 200 people in the entire world. I'm pretty sure we'll see each other again, Cara. Can't come here unless you have the crystal ring. Ah, she took the ring from the queen, the Incan queen. There you go, the light and the dark. I love it. Alright, yeah. So we got Cara close by for this final stretch now, except for the fighting parts. She doesn't help us with that. Profound effect on all living things. Like all the Freedan statues. I think there's a couple shadow ones eventually too. Evolution of living things took a long time, from insects to fish, reptiles and mammals. Then humans were born. So human beings have evolved. Ancient times, comets have been called spirits of the stars, but also the demons of stars. And yes, now the ultimate demon is nearing Earth, and we're running short on time here. Which is kind of funny considering we're to head back to Deo and do the couple last side quest type things. Yeah, that one room in the tower. Demons evolved by the light. Put them to sleep before you go up. So that's their way of saying that we need to take on... Cara just hangs out while we enter dark space here. So this is the penultimate dark space. We'll have one last chance to talk to Gaia. So while we pop in here, I guess Cara stays behind. Thankfully, we automatically changed to the shadow. And even more thankfully, we're doing more damage than we normally do, but unfortunately the bosses do as well. So we're doing 3 damage per slap, which just puts those hands down quickly. So being that we have the dark space right outside, you don't really have to worry about strategy or anything. Just slap him as quickly as possible. We'll take him down in one go right here. No strategy necessary. No Gary necessary. Definitely pop in here, though. This is the final dark space we have before a mini boss rush here. All the bosses. The worm, the vampires, the queen, who we just took on. All coming back. Trying to think if I'm forgetting anyone. I guess I'll find out in just a second. Can't progress until we do this, though. Alright, this guy. Bit of a street fight here, but thankfully we have the reach. Try to preserve as much health as you can. Because, again, we're not going to have another dark space until... There we go. Until we... it's probably the hardest of all of them, honestly. Not a lot of strategy there, you're going to take some damage. Right now, probably the vampires. We have this little elevator system, which takes us up a few floors here. Kind of warps us up. You'd think they'd just take us all the way up, but we have a few more bosses to lick first. You could stay as the shadow, that would be nice, but... Alright, so you can tell by the layout here, it's the vampires. Once again, the strategy is to prioritize one or the other. Stay away from that mega attack that they do together. What they're doing right now, actually. There we go. Every time they snap. There they go. Easy enough to avoid, though. A little greedy with the hits. There we go. Once we take him down, it's a lot more manageable. many of these we got? We only have 2 left. Huh. Alright. I think we could do this. Just gotta put on a clinic for these final 2 bosses. Don't think we can go back. Nope. Worth a shot though, right? This guy's really easy. No worries taking him down. He's just annoying how slow the battle goes because he insists on doing these hard-to-hit moves. Get the hits in when you can. There we go. That's the slow one that I like. That's where you have the opportunity to get all the hits in. It'd be nice if you would just do a couple of those back-to-back, rare as it is. There it is. Nice. Efficient. Much better than the first time. Alright. But Cleopatra, that might be true. She's always wandering off. How many times does that make now? Oh, there's this guy we just licked. Brought back to save Earth. I'll take you to the top floor. I don't know that I trust him. We just totally destroyed him, and he's probably, you know, just drops us from 3,000 feet as his revenge. But knowing us, we would just land on our feet like nothing happened. All right, this one's gonna be tough. Not gonna lie, it's gonna be tough. Fire? No. Just milk as much time as possible. I think we were okay. It's never as long as you think it will be. But it's so easy at this stage to clam up. She's trying to call in those bricks. Yes, there are still bricks in dark space. Just firing the one? Alright. Transition. Plenty of time. Okay. It would be very tricky if she... Alright. Alright. Heart rate's up a little bit here. Oh, yep. I don't know where those bricks are coming from, but there are bricks in dark space. Not sure how we survived the, Oh, you're doing both? Okay. Well, take your time. I guess I will pop up here. Oh, good. All right, did not mean to charge her, but that worked out, I suppose. All right, I don't like the path that they're taking here. There we go. I don't want to get treed here either. Yeah, this is really not the best. I like that she automatically gets one of those shots off either. She's very quick on the draw. Actually, I said I don't like it, but it seems like we're safe away from the... in this top right corner. Yeah, it's so easy when you have no hits to take to just to tighten up when you can least afford to. All right, last hit. Oh, good lord. We just kind of got aggressive there for that last one, but we made it work. All right. Hardest boss. Back against the wall. That worked out. Cara's still gone. Alright, so thankfully we now have a dark space before we have to fight anyone else. Oh, and this guy just shows up. Go to the top of the Tower of Babel. I thought that's where the bird was taking me, but again, I guess we agreed that he was sore, that we had beaten him. Thankfully, he didn't drop us to our death. This guy also does not take us to the top. Everyone says how important it is for us to get to the top. We're still not at the top. Oh, there you are. I was going to ask you the same question. Or I guess we did ask her that question. Vampire woman had come. They say that her body's eternal. Once the comet's gone, she'll be able to rest in peace. Dark. But that's good. There's a sweet statue of the shadow. All right. So this is the point of no return. So we have a couple orders of business to attend to. Well, first, one of which getting all of our health back. The comet draws near. The time for your last battle approaches. This is the last time I'll talk to you like this in this place. With your rejuvenated power, defeat the comet, Dark Gaia, and become the Dark Knight. There you go. Shadow's greatest power, the Firebird, will arise when you're one with the Light Knight. Only you can restore the Earth to its original condition. I'm putting all my faith in you. So let's save. Continue the journey. And before we head into this final room, I suppose, of the tower, if you proceed, you will not be able to turn back. By the way, as an aside, I really very much appreciate the games which announce to you the point of no return. Some games don't do that. It's nice for them to say that. It's nice for them to take you back away from the action. Despite all the warnings that we're running out of time, the comet's almost here, we can still go back to Deo Village and make sure that we have all of our red jewels. Surprise, we do not. I think we missed a couple, so we'll fix this. 47. All right, we are missing one jewel, and I think I know exactly where it is. I think we already showed it. So let's do some Back to the Future right here, and we will grab that. All right, finally got our 50th jewel. It was the one on Mount Temple. Let's turn it in. Now 50 jewels in the room. Suddenly you've gathered 50 red jewels. It wasn't suddenly. It took a very long time. And class, congratulations if you played along and did it as well. It is not easy. The time has come to tell you some of my secrets. Follow me. All right, this is one of the toughest stretches of the game, and probably the toughest boss of the game too. When I awoke, I was standing in the entrance to a strange mansion. Take a look here, you see we have one chest and 38 enemies. Very important to mention, we have to kill 2 enemies. Just 2. This guy. And this eye. Everyone else is completely optional. There's no power-up, no stats boost whatsoever to be had for defeating enemies. Only do it if they're in your way. If you'll benefit from taking them out, essentially. Like we were doing there, but yeah. Just those 2 enemies. Only ones we really need to fight. Otherwise, just power through. Take as little damage as possible because we will need every last meter of health for the upcoming boss. And we will need Gary's boss beater to help us with that boss. We can use our R move to deflect those worm fireballs. By the way, if these guys all look familiar, this is the exact crop of enemies which we fought. Slightly different colors, as in the mine earlier when we were in the laborer's mine. We'll pop up here just to grab this. Wish we hadn't taken that damage. That's all right. Open this chest. And you think coming all this way, spending 50 jewels to get here, we would get something better than an herb. You think it's better be the best darn herb in the entire game. It's the same as all the others, but it's definitely going to help. Might want to take out these guys just to give yourself a little more room for what seems like a dead end, but if we slide through, there you go, sneaky. Sneaky gem. Just running through. All right, here we go. Toughest boss in the game. Welcome to my home. If you're not familiar, if you played Soul Blazer, you might be familiar with this guy. The Jeweler Gem is a temporary form. My true form is called Solid Arm, one of the bosses in Soul Blazer. Long ago, the blazer came down from the sky, and I was put to sleep for a long time. My power is contained in red jewels scattered around the world. I've tried many things to bring about my own resurrection. It is I who manipulated the labor trade. How about that? So, Neil's parents were just a couple patsies right there. I tried using forced labor to find them, but it didn't restore my power fast enough. I'm sorry, but I will have to defeat you too. Here we go. All right, this guy is no joke. Let's bring in Gary. Hopefully he's got a good strategy for us. Gary?
Boss beaters. Solid Arm gets my award for toughest boss in Illusion of Gaia. And it's not even close. He might be one of the toughest bosses on the SNES in general. That's if you fight him the conventional way. I have a strategy which makes this battle a lot more manageable, and the strategy is this. You'll find that if you stay in the bottom half of the top section of the screen, so just above those conveyor belts, 99% of the time, Solid Arm can't do damage to you. You don't have a lot of opportunities to do damage to him either. The only time you can hit him is when he's moving. So the strategy is transition back and forth, left to right, staying at the bottom of this area like we show, and get those hits in as he's coming towards you. When he starts swinging at you, just do the dash and slide through him, go to the opposite side, and repeat. If you ever get trapped in the corner, if he's too close to you so you can't get a slide going, use your Psycho Spin to get through him. It's not as safe, but it does work in a pinch. But repeat this strategy, moving left to right, getting those hits in as he's moving towards you, repositioning himself, and this will take a while. But this is the best way to take down one of the toughest bosses, not just on the SNES, probably in general, but certainly here in Illusion of Gaia. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Gary. Yeah, even with this strategy, it's still very difficult, but it's easy to get. We're doing pretty well, as you can see. Just a few hits left. Hello, Grady. Oh. Alright. Alright, that was... that almost fell apart there. We love a dramatic finish here on Video Games 101, but we'll take it. Quiet voice is heard. I was defeated again. Get good, Solid Arm. Blazer was strong, but you are stronger. We'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, everyone who has played Soul Blazer will appreciate that compliment. Danger approaches this planet. You should hurry to the Tower of Babel. Yeah, you shouldn't be mucking around coming back, finding the last few gems, or the last final gem, I should say. Good news is we have that extra herb now to our account. Alright, this will teleport us back to the tower. So let's top off our health one last time. And take on the final boss. Alright, so now that we've done everything you can do in this game, let's take one last look at what should be perfect stats here in Illusion of Gaia. 40 HP if you picked up that strength increase that we showed in Euro, and you've killed every single enemy in this game, gotten every single upgrade. Your strength should be 30, defense should be 32, but yeah, that is as good as you can possibly do in this game. And yeah, only one thing left to do at this point, get this final statue, like style will. It goes to show, I don't think we've even pulled up this tab yet, outside of when we did pick up that strength upgrade there in Hero, but there you go. Let's finish strong. We go into the final room in the Tower of Babel as we see some remains here. Important remains. One worn-out body is quietly laid down. In his head, a familiar voice speaks. Well, it's me, Ulman, your father. My body has decayed, but I live on like this. So our father did perish here in the tower, in this very room, sadly. There's a strange room in the Tower of Babel filled with the light of the comet. Time goes so fast there that people evolve very quickly. It's a good question. Yeah, you could have warned us before we came in here. You being a voice inside my head. Because we are evolved humans. Long ago, there existed biological technology using the light of the comet. We saw that in the intro. People freely use the power to make plants and animals. For example, they made the camel. It can go long periods without food or water. What about a crux? The crux. When people realized the power could be used as a weapon, demons were developed. Yeah, that was probably a nice, 2 days before they figured that out? The world was on the brink of ruin. At that time, the Knights of Darkness and Light were developed to decide the fate of humanity. They are your ancestors. 6 mystic statues were made by the Knights. The last statue was entrusted to you. Alright, what color? I'm gonna say some kind of pink, maybe? Or golden? Or green? Go pink. Alright, another purple. I should have gone with purple. Good lord, the number of purples. Soon the comet will be very close. By then, the two of you must go to the roof of the tower. How are we still not at the roof? I feel like we've had 4 different trips by now. Elevator, multiple bosses, and now you. The ancients worshipped the comet as a spirit. Those who bathed in the comet's light were given a strange power. The comet is called a spirit, but it's an unwelcome spirit. Evolving too fast brings destruction. As long as people have evil hearts, demons will be born. Will, open your eyes and look around. Let's talk to the other spirits, see what we got. With my body gone, I became forever young. From the comet's light, I gained immortality. But is there meaning in eternal life? I felt more alive when I had a terminal disease. Oh, this is our opponent in the glass game. Seth. Wow. Such a world. If I could talk of this in an academy, I'd be a great scholar. Huh. We miss you, buddy. Neil's father, what are you doing? I want to make the Rolex company grow bigger and bigger. There you go. Neil's mom. I see some distance between her and the dad. She's getting a little deeper with her. No matter how difficult it may get, I can't help you. It's a bummer. Hamlet. Of course there's no difference between animals and humans, that's true. Cara's got nothing to say. Alright. At last the time is near. Everyone give Will your power. When Will and Cara joined and became one, with the Light Knight, a great power was born. The Knights were brought forth, the Dark Knight's ultimate power. The Firebird was released, yes. Shadow's only other ability, aside from going all Alex Mack on the floor. Basically the ability to launch projectiles. Your battle will change the fate of humanity. No pressure. Now you must go to the comet. Alright. Time for the final boss. It's been a long one, our longest class yet. We can't smoke him yet. And now with tips on the final boss here in Illusion of Gaia, let's throw it back to our resident boss expert, Gary. What do you got, Gary?
Boss beater. Alright, Dark Gaia, the final boss in Illusion of Gaia. Attack the face when it fires. And then you just want to stay off center, keep your eye in the sky, and just dodge when those beams come down. You may not have to dodge any per turn. It really depends, but just be ready to move that left or right, make that little move, maybe stay on the bottom to give yourself just a little bit more time to react. But that's the first phase of Dark Gaia.
Yeah, not too difficult this first phase. Just all about reacting. You can see the different beams coming in at different rates. So sometimes you get a little unlucky with maybe a faster one coming down on you like we did right there. Less time to react, but a little luck involved. One more hit should do it. But you know we wouldn't finish it that easily. Second phase. Gary, bring us home.
Boss beaters.
All right, Dark Gaia, the second and final form. You want to stay on top of those blue balls. Just keep firing to take care of those. And then transition side to side when those energy balls come out from the tree. As you can see here, we kind of transition left to right or right to left, stay at the bottom and kind of weave to avoid taking damage there. And then after the fourth pair of those comes out, that's when you'll have your opening to fire at her head. 5 shots at the face, and just watch out for that beam she fires out. Dodge that. Repeat this process. Eventually you'll take her down. She's not too difficult, but congratulations. You've beaten a very, very long game. Very fantastic game in the Illusion of Gaia.
Amen. Thank you very much, Gary. Excellent work today. I think we got this one, class. 7 or whatever hours later. All true. Creepy face. Here you go. One of the best endings, I think, of any game I've played, so let's enjoy it here. What's happened to the comet? That glowing green planet. More blue from here. Comet's power has disappeared. The evil star has flown off the other side of the universe. Well, do you know what planet that is? Glowing there in the darkness? Oh, look. Foolish here if we don't say Earth. There you go. No, it's clearly Venus. Come on now. That's right. $500. That is our Earth. Doesn't it look like a desert oasis? It really is. It's never seemed so beautiful. But it looks lonely, shining in the dark. The world is awakened. There you go. Is that good? Turns out you were right. That was an unlucky star. The Earth, a mother with millions of children. Billions. In this world, I'm sure it was... You can't... Definitely not millions. It's in the hundreds. Barely. Think about us sometimes, and Cara often thinks about her parents. The Earth is the same way. She gets lonely. For children forget about her. How is it, you two, looking at the world you live in? From the outside. It's as if we'd become spirits. Sweet thought. I want to show all of our group. No, I want to show everyone. The whole world. Yeah, it's one heck of a view from back here. Someday people will build ships to travel the universe. And they will see this green earth with their own eyes. See how lonely the earth looks? Just like the two of you. We have each other, though. I guess knowing that we're about to be split up, perhaps. Look carefully at your map of the world. And this is cool. The map has started to change. This is where we can see what the world did look like. I guess that's the tower right there in the center. Big change right there. Start to see it coming together. The world as we know it. There you go. Big jump there at the end, but there you go. Somehow the land has taken on a strange shape. That's the new world. There's your history lesson for the day. That's what the world used to look like, and that's how it took on the shape as we know it today. The path of evolution changed by the comet has continued until now. The Earth, too, has a life. It, too, has evolved and changed its shape. Now that the comet has no influence on the world, it's returned to its original condition. How do you two know the future? Very fair question. I lost my body, started seeing everything. The past, the future, humanity's progress. You got any stock tips, by the way, Dad? Speaking of which, maybe people would call this kind of body a spirit. Now you and Cara can become ordinary children again. That's right, we're kids. Forget that with how cool we were when we were Freedan, being a shadow being composed of light. Asking the important questions here from Cara. When we return to Earth, will we be separated? Yeah. The world is changing. Humanity and history have started down a new path. I think that's the saddest thing of this entire game. Forget everything else, the fact that we're going to be split up and might not know each other anymore. Two of you thought nothing of it when you each met each other in South Cape. But when the Earth needed the light and dark nights, you met again unexpectedly. I don't know, she was the one that broke into my house. I guess she was just running away from her parents. Let's look at the world before the power of the comet is extinguished. Yeah, we should probably go before this thing burns out and we have nothing to stand on. We hope you two have a bright future. I mean, don't you kind of know already? Don't go. And there were two, Will and Cara. Beautiful music from here on out. Will, come here. Show me your face. I like this line. She wants to burn it into her memory so we can find each other. Your eyes, your nose, your mouth. My shabby hair. Your voice, the warmth of your hand. Don't worry. I will search you out. Man, That is romantic as hell, no matter how long it takes. Hundreds of years. Thousands of years. I mean, I might move on after thousands of years, but he'll find her. That is sweet, so take care. Such a great moment here with Will and Cara. Let's go to Earth. One last look. Great ending. There's that strange new world they mentioned at Angkor Wat. The Earth's look had changed. But glowing in the sky, it was as beautiful as ever. Buildings replaced the forests. Rivers became roads. But the villages held only smiling faces. But the earth was the only one that looked sad. Tomorrow morning, Cara and I will start our new lives. The Tower of Babel stands tall, as if it knows the whole future of the earth. This is why we should consider games as works of art. They shouldn't be this good. That's just a little personal gushing for me. You don't get that a lot, but as I said at the start, it feels like many days ago, many weeks, many years ago at this point. One of my top 3 favorite games of all time, The Illusion of Gaia. And this is a great way to show the credits here. I love it. It retells the story basically from our party. And the music is so epic. The orchestral theme here. Here's the original 4. As the friends drop off. There's Edward Castle. And Cara. We freed her, snuck out together after we escaped the dungeon. Remember, there's a part late in this piece of music that I totally ripped off for a song I wrote for a project a very, very long time ago. But yeah, I hadn't thought about that in a very long time, but it's the kind of music just gets stuck in your head. There's Lily. And for a while, it was the 3 of us going to the Incan Ruins, her village. Lance telling it like it was. It's an invisible village. I'd say that's pretty strange. I think that qualifies. we went off on our own into the Incan Ruins, into dark space, obviously. There's a guy in the background. Excellent work, Yasuhiro Kawasaki. It's a great way to relive the adventure. There's the Incan Ruins there. Wind blowing. Great translation, by the way, to the English translators there. They did a fantastic job with the localization. Definitely honored the strength of the writing. Landed on the ship. And we lost the ship. And we lost Seth, and then it was just Cara and I after the run with Riverson on the raft. The fish. Bottle, the SOS from Sam. I think it was Sam, one of the laborers, by way of his home where everyone was starving. When we were ourselves in dire straits there on that raft. Gonna have to relive the scurvy. Got to Freejia, and the friends were reunited. Lily. Lance, I love it. Like we're all taking our places for a staged play or something. Eric. It's so cool how they did this. This is how endings should be. At the end of a great game. The Song of Remembering. The memory melody. Lance, it all comes flooding back to him. Let's see, where'd we go after that? Met up with Neil, didn't we? Now, jumping ahead, took some crux. There is a point where we run by a lot of the familiar faces, because there are not that many people that worked on the game, so they have to squeeze on. There's the plane. Hopefully the second plane, the one that didn't crash. There's Neil. Our cousin. His parents. Cara's parents, of course. It's that guy. Can't forget that guy. The vampires. I like how they had kind of a double Ishtar. That was a very sad part of this game. The fates of all those angels, and in his fate, that was a sad part. Our opponent in the Russian glass game. They were Neil's parents, and we had the, Euro. Yeah, I got them mixed up. That was back in the other town, but there's Sam and a couple of the kids. Maybe Jem and the Crook. There's the Jackal. On our trail the whole game, Hamlet. I love it. Will, Cara, and Hamlet. Licensed to Nintendo. Yes, I'm just reading at this point, but... Thank you for playing, and thank you, class, so much for attending this one. Near and dear to my heart, as they all turn to us. I think it's so sweet that Hamlet's there, too. Huge thanks to all. And it's very sweet that Cara inches in a little closer. Huge thanks to all my TAs. This was a long one. How do you make the sending any better? Little stinger. One last bit. Us in the new world. Class is over. Look at us, we look a little bit older. Please be careful crossing the street. We've had a lot of traffic accidents lately. Huh. There's a reminder, but it's a new world. And there's all our friends. There's Cara, everyone reunited. Absolutely love it. We end on such a great note. Please consider subscribing if you haven't already done so to enroll in this class. We do one of these classes every single week. We would love to have you a part of it. Click that like button if you don't mind. It really does help us out to make future classes for you. And leave a comment. Were you familiar with this game ahead of this class? Did it mean as much to you, if you were familiar with it, as it did to me when I was a kid? But that's our time this week. Thank you one last time. Bottom of my heart, this is, as I said, very short list of my favorites of all time. We'll see you next week in the same spot for next week's class, right here on Video Games 101. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to like and comment on this video, and click subscribe if you haven't already, as this seriously helps me to keep making great content for you. And check the description of this video to see what song is playing right now.